Pit lane is open for action to get the penultimate weekend of the European Endurance Prototype Cup underway. And once again, the drivers are met with difficult conditions as the rain has been coming down hard here at Circuit Nevers de Magny-Cours so far this afternoon. Thankfully, it doesn't look like we're in a red flag situation as we were in Mugello a few weeks ago, but it does seem that, once again, the prototype drivers of the field have drawn the short straw in getting the worst of the conditions out there. The drivers just on their reconnaissance laps to the grid ahead of the next 4 hours of racing with 4 mandatory pit stops. 26 cars, we believe, will be taking the start. It's highly unlikely that the number 28 MV2S Racing Nova will be making the start after Philippe Simodomo did quite significant damage to the rear of his car. But we do still have a fantastic race in prospect with 26 cars, 7 LMP3 machines, a mixture of 5 Ligiers, 1 Duqueine and 1 Ginetta, alongside what we anticipate will be 19 remaining Nova MP02 categories, as we have 2 different class of car and also a variety of different driver lineups as well. 6 all-pro lineups that will be taking the heaviest handicap of 61 seconds at each of the 4 mandatory pit stops. 5 all-bronze lineups as well that won't be taking any of the additional handicap, just the standard 70-second minimum pit stop time. As you can see, cars making their way to the grid. Umbrellas are plenty out there, the jackets and coats, and wet Goodyear, Michelin tyres, I should say, sorry. Goodyear for next year out there, but the Michelin's still the order of the day for now, and is the wet tyres that will be fitted to these cars. And in the top 3 on the grid, we have 3 different brands. Nova, Ligier and Ginetta all represented on the grid. And it is a 3rd consecutive pole position for the number 5 CD Sport crew of Thomas Imborg and Jonathan Thomas. Just behind them, not too far behind, the LMP3 Drivers' Championship battle is taking place with the 2 Team Virage cars, the number 1 and the 88 starting alongside each other. That is Georgios Kolovos and Jacek Zielonka, 2 bronze drivers taking the start. We will keep an eye on the progress of the number 7 Graf Racing car that leads in MP02. That's starting from 12th position overall. But both Team Virage and Graf Racing can seal their respective teams' championships in LMP3 and MP02 this weekend. Team Virage comes to Magny-Cours with a 46-point lead over TS Corsa, having won all bar 1 of the races so far this year. That was last time out for RLR M Sports in their wildcard entry, whereas Graf are 39 ahead of CD Sport, having also won all bar 1 of the races so far this season, and that was at Hockenheim, where CD Sports number 5 crew was victorious overall. And so if it remains like that, so long as nothing too terribly dramatic happens to either of those teams, they will be champions leaving Magny-Cours this weekend. Into Europole competition, back on the grid with us, they have the LMP3 pole position, and it is Romain Favre who will start the car. He is back in the To Be Autosports Porsche for GT Endurance. But let's head down to Claire Cottingham, who is on the grid.
I am indeed on the grid, and of course I am going to speak to the man on pole position, not you. You are on pole position, but not technically. I'll just move out the way. You like to start so much. We're going to start again here. How are we feeling? Obviously wet out there. We spoke earlier and the conditions have worsened since we spoke during qualifying. How are we feeling?
Good. We start from the best place in those conditions, and we saw at Mugello it can go well, so we'll do our best.
You mentioned a few concerns about how dark it is and how dark it's going to get on track. Do you feel a bit more confident now that you're in the car and we're getting ready to go?
We will see how it evolves, also with the weather, because it will play a huge part in this. I don't know, we'll see how it goes, to be fair.
We will see the weather giving you another fun start, just like Mugello. Took confidence, I'm sure, from that before the rain came down.
Yeah, honestly, we are confident. We know we can win, and that's what we will be aiming for.
Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Right, we're going to pop down to car number 8. Good luck to you, both Jonathan and Thomas. Good luck to you. We're going to pop down and see if we can just... Oh, we've got some wet weather tyres then going on, clearly, because it is wet weather. I don't want to get in the way of the guys changing the tyres. Let's see if we can run past just very quickly and head down to Kevin Rabin, who is just down in car 8. It's a very busy grid today. Lots of people come down to see the Ultimate Cup. Is it... We got Kevin in there as a... Let me see if we've got, I have to look to see who it is. Is it Kevin? It is Kevin. Good news, because it's sometimes hard to see. Kevin, how are we feeling ahead of the race?
I'm feeling good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I haven't got a 4-hour race to do in the rain, though.
Yeah, but you know, it goes quite fast, you know, so yeah.
How used to it are you to racing in the rain and also in the dark?
I won't talk about this because, you know, it's strategy, so let me keep it a secret.
But you're feeling confident?
Yeah, you need to, otherwise you're not here.
Do you do a lot of racing in the dark? Oh, that is the strategy. Okay, all right, so we've got real secrets going on here. Well, Kevin, good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
We're not allowed to know anything there. I thought Kevin was going to give me a little bit more, but unfortunately, not allowed to know what's going on. Right, the grid is getting really, really busy. You can see Bibendum's here. Of course, the Michelin man has come down to join us on the grid, but we are getting ready to go racing for 4 hours here in Magny-Cours. Kevin Rabin's not giving me any of the details. Secrets, apparently, on the grid here.
Kevin Rabin in his second start for the Graf team, having made his debut in the European Endurance Prototype Cup with Lamo Racing in Hockenheim, and was an absolutely stellar sensation straight away, taking the start in the number 8 car. That is one of the 6 cars with all-pro lineup, so quite a hefty amount of handicap they'll have to take during the pit stops. Remember, 4 mandatory pit stops, and if you have handicap to serve, then it is served out each and every one of them. But yeah, a very, very busy grid down there as the teams make their final preparations, but plenty of guests and visitors hoping to get up close to the action of the European Endurance Prototype Cup. We had a lot of announcements last night about the future of this championship. It will be strictly MPO2s going forward for next year. We will be switching over to the Goodyear tyres as well, with LMP3 finding its own home with a new race format, 2 55-minute races for LMP3 machinery that is pre-2024. And so these current machines that are being replaced in other series, ACO run series mainly, with third-generation machinery, well, we'll still have a home for them, which of course means a home for the Nissan V8 engine, which is going to be great news for many of the racing fans who enjoy the sound of a V8 rumble. There's going to be plenty of it here with the Ford V8 also in the Novas as well. Track being cleared now, so we are getting towards the start. It is crunch time. Remember, we still have champions to be decided in the Drivers' Championship. It is a battle between teammates in both situations, as Graf Racing and Team Virage have been the benchmark teams in both categories so far this year, and both teams able to wrap up the teams' championships in both LMP3 and MPO2 this weekend. We will keep on top of it, but Team Virage with 2 cars, Graf with 3. Very unlikely that something will happen to all of those cars to make it otherwise. Starting drivers then, if the teams do have an option of the bronze drivers, so basically the 21 or the 20 cars that do have bronze drivers in their lineup do have one of their bronze drivers in for the start of the race, as is customary. And because we will be starting behind the safety car, I'm not sure if I mentioned that yet, but we will be starting behind the safety car owing to the conditions. That, of course, is going to help burn up a little bit of that bronze time. There are various combinations of minimum and maximum stint lengths for bronze, silver, gold or platinum drivers, depending on your combinations. But the standard really for bronze drivers with 3 drivers in them is a minimum of 50, a minimum of an hour and a half for the 3 driver lineups. Unless you have 2 bronzes, then it's a minimum of 50 minutes. Drive time, that does not include time in pit lane. So the grid, almost in the blink of an eye, is cleared to just the necessary mechanics and the cars themselves left on the grid. Nova, Ligier and Ginetta, all represented at the front of the grid. The 2-minute board shown. Cars fired up, doors shut, and, well, the DB Autosport mechanic there, Matthias Besch's and Adrien Bastide's car, just making sure that was getting shut there, but it did indeed end up going in. Don't want to have a situation like Ferrari had in the 24 Hours of Le Mans this year, but at least that was on the driver's side, I believe, in the Nova. So within Adrien Bastide's reach, if something is not quite right with the driver's side door on the left-hand side. So yellow lights illuminated on the gantry. We are starting behind the safety car, so no formation lap. The clock will start ticking from 4 hours once the pace car pulls away. And just a slight hold before Thomas Imborg puts under. And now the clock starts ticking. And plenty of wheel spin as drivers pull away from a soaking starting grid. And speaking of which, let's give you the starting order then. For the 3rd consecutive race, it is the number 5 CD Sports crew, Thomas Imborg, starting on pole position for the CD Sports crew. Alongside him on LMP3 pole position is the Inter-Europol competition Ligier number 34 with Romain Favre at the wheel. Next up is the CMR Ginetta, the car driven by Nicolas Prost, but it's Gwen Delamere, the bronze driver, starting in 3rd position. Then comes Adrien Bastide in the number 20 DB Autosport car. That is easily their best starting position. It's an all-pro lineup for this weekend. On the 3rd row of the grid is all Virage and the LMP3 Drivers' Championship battle happening right there. Georgios Kolovos in the number 1 car, starting alongside Jacek Zalonga in 88. Then comes Kevin Rabin, who we spoke to on the grid in the number 8 Graf Racing car, just ahead of teammate Luis San Juan. In the number 9 car, the 5th row of the grid is Jesse Bouhet in the 154 Kokomo Racing Nova and Mark Fagianato in the 71 ANS Motorsports car. Row 6 is Danny Buntshu in the number 17 Lamo car, and then John Corbett, the car that leads in MP02 with James Winslow, starting behind its nearest title rivals in 12th position overall. 7th row of the grid is Alexander Lafourcade in the 777 Lamo Racing car. That's one of the all-bronze lineups, starting from 13th position. Head of reigning champions Jacques Wolf, starting the number 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. Then comes Nick Adcock in the number 3 CD Sports car. They have Jan Zimmer joining him and Michael Jensen for this weekend. Then comes the number 72 ANS Motorsport car, Frederic Morel in that Nova. Nicolas Chartier starting the number 57 Writer Engineering Ligier, yep, in 57. Christophe Carrier in the number 4 CD Sport car, lines up in 18th position. Alim Geshev starting the number 24 TS Course car. Nathan Kumar still with an outside shot of the LMP3 championship in 19th position. Frederic Croulet in number 73 from ANS Motorsport starts in 20th. And then the wildcard entry, the number 25 Extreme Limit Nova with Marc Bonnet starting the car. That's another all-pro lineup. Michael Doppelmayr in the number 64 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car starts in 22nd position. Christophe Cresp starts 23rd after a 2-place grid penalty for Pierre-Alexandre Prevost contact with the 21 DB Autosport car. Adrian Yvonne, one of the sons of the Yvonne family in the number 70 ANS Motorsport car, another wildcard entry starting in 24th. Then Daniel Basora, the father in the DB Autosport number 21 car, starting 25th. Philippe Thiron in the 555 Kokomo racing car, and we do have Philippe Simodomo in the number 28 MV2S racing car. It is out there on track, so that is a fantastic effort from the MV2S racing team. Qualifying was only a couple of hours ago, and they've managed to get that car fixed and in a raceable condition. So massive kudos to the MV2S racing team. Well done. So we will have the full 27 cars lining up for the start of the race when the safety car does eventually peel in. We are on the second tour of this 4.411 kilometer circuit Nevers de Magny-Cours. Of course, conditions today meaning that it's unlikely that we will better Alessandro Guaretti's 2020 lap record. And remember, we are starting in the light. We will finish in the dark. Safety car will be peeling in this lap, so we will be going racing after 2 laps under safety car. We will be running at speed for the first time with about 3 hours and 54 minutes or so by the time they get to the timing line. Thomas Imborg, it seems like, already choosing to back the pack up. He's let the pace car go quite some way around the circuit. The front runners weaving from left to right, trying to generate some temperature in that Michelin rubber. Wet tyres are the order of the day. Nova, Ligier and Ginetta line up at the front of the grid. We have the LMP3 drivers battle happening on the 3rd row of the grid between the 2 Team Virage teammates. Watch out for John Corbett in the MPO2 Championship leading Graf car as well from 12th position. We are entering crunch time in the championship for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. We've had to wait an extra couple of laps to get this race back underway, but the green flags are now officially being waved around the circuit. Thomas Imborg is yet to put his foot to the floor in the number 5 CD Sport car. But the Parisian, the 22-year-old coming through the chicane now, will do so, and we are racing for 4 hours in the circuit Nevers de Magny-Cours. Huge plume of spray and visibility will be at a premium going into the Grand Curve for the first time of asking, and it was the number 8 Graf racing car of Kevin Rabin already looking on the inside of Jacek Zielonka. Remember, Rabin in the All-Pro lineup, so the silver class driver making his way through some of the bronze drivers in front of him. The only other one is Georgios Kalovos, so that is an immediate position gain for Kevin Rabin in the number 8 Graf racing car up to 6th position. Everyone keeping it very neat and tidy for the first time of asking through the Grand Curve and Estoril, now heading up towards the Adelaide hairpin, and Georgios Kalovos is the aggressor for 4th position on the number 20 DB Autosport car. That is a bronze driver going around the silver graded Adrian Bastide. I remember the Novas are supposedly a little bit handier in the wedge owing to their lighter nature compared to the LMP3 cars. Plenty of drivers are getting punchy on the brakes down into the hairpin for the first time of asking, but no contact, and everyone keeping it neat and tidy. And Kalovos did make that move into 4th position, but that was a car going wide into the middle of the 180-degree corner. Spoke too soon about the Adelaide hairpin because round has gone the number 64 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, Michael Doppelmayr. There was definitely contact with another car there, and the Ligier looks to be somewhat stranded, but Doppelmayr trying to get it pointed in the right direction, ends up meeting the curbing. And hopefully that is not completely stranded there, but Thomas Imborg not looking back. He's pulled several seconds over Romain Favre already. Thomas Imborg flying in the early stages of this race. It should be Gwen Delamere in 3rd position still. Yes, he emerges through the picture. Kalovos through into 4th position, and going with them is Kevin Rabin. So Rabin is already on the back of the 4th place car, Georgios Kalovos. I think it was the number 9 car, Luis San Juan, that ended up running wide at the 180-degree corner because it's the red-tipped car, isn't it, the number 9? which I think is the one we saw going off, but Kevin Rabin now trying to find his way through on the inside. Remember, this is the silver class drivers trying to get through on the bronzes in front of him, and Rabin had his nose chopped off by the LMP3 championship leader. Multiple race winner so far this year, and Rabin's finding it's not quite as easy to get through this pack as he initially anticipated, and ended up having a little bit of a swapper through Estoril for good measure as well. Looking one way, looking the other, as Gwen Delamere lit up the rear Michelins out of the Adelaide hairpin. I'm sure they're going to be so careful on the throttle before unleashing the 500 or so brake horsepower V8s underneath their right foot. So there we saw the sister Team Virage car, Jacek Zielonka, that is in 7th position now, being closely followed by Luis San Juan, the bronze driver in the number 9 crew, one of 2 bronze drivers with Eric Trulé, the Graf team owner, and David Drew. Right, we're going to see that contact again, and unfortunately it is with a readily fixed number 28 MV2S racing car of Philippe Simodomo that just tagged the rear of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car and pitched Michael Doppelmayr into a spin. And so that number 64 car lapping well and truly last, with a 46-second gap back to the next car, which is Daniel Bassora. So slightly further down the order. That is the number 28 car, the guilty party, surely, of the first lap incident at turn number 5. Car number 4 is under investigation for overtaking under the safety car. So that's one of the CD Sport cars. It's Christophe Carrière driving that car, currently circulating in 17th position. It's all getting very close between the Novas towards the rear of the field, but we have yellow flags out again, and that is Nick Adcock in the number 3 CD Sport car that has spun round at the final chicane. Luckily got it going again before the waves of traffic ended up filing his way through, and so he is just in front of the TS Course car, which is Alam Geshev, that was registered in 20th position, but seems to have made up decent ground because Nick Adcock was only 15th. So interesting one. Kevin Rabin has made his way through on Georgios Kolovas and is already on the back of Gwen Delamere for the last spot on the podium. And it is a drive-through penalty for car number 28 for causing that collision on the first lap of the race at turn 9 with Michael Doppelmayr. Here is that battle for third. Now remember, Gwen Delamere is the bronze driver in that car. Kevin Rabin diving on the inside of Chateau d'Eau. Hobbers over the curb and just about left a Ginetta-sized space on his left-hand side. They run side by side now on the run in towards Virage de l'Ice, but the advantage will be Kevin Rabin's, who's significantly more confident on the brakes, but locks up and runs straight on into the escape road. There'll be very little grip out there for the young Swiss driver. And so Gwen Delamere finds his way back through into third position, and Kevin Rabin has to wait for another opportunity to try and get himself onto the overall podium, and already becoming into traffic because that is the Michael Doppelmayr Racing Spirit of Le Mans car that was spun round on the first lap and is going very slowly around the Grand Curve. Almost opened up the door for Kevin Rabin, but that is certainly going to have compromised these two going round Estoril. Here we're going to see that lock up again. He was so late on the brakes, and it turned out to be too late because he completely locked the right front tyre there. Just about found enough grip to get it back onto the racing surface, and has barely lost any time, in fact, because he's still on the back of that Ginetta G61 car that Delamere, the Alpine road test driver, shares with Nico Prost. So they're making just come out of the Nürburgring chicane into the 180-degree corner. Kevin Rabin draws up alongside the outside line here at turn number 9. Gets the up and under, tries to straighten the car up before Delamere can. Still has to switch from one side to the other and back the other way. against the Ginetta. He's making it very difficult for Kevin Rabin, is Gwen Delamere, but now the inside line for the Imola chicane comes to Kevin Rabin, and the Graf Racing car is up into 3rd position overall now. And so it is our silver class drivers who are finding their way up towards the front of the field. Thomas Inborg, Romain Favre, and now Kevin Rabin running in the top 3. They're 3 of our all-pro lineups that we have out there, but remember, they will be the most heavily penalised. 61 seconds of additional mandatory minimum pit stop time in each pit stop, in addition to the standard 70 seconds. That's the number 20 DB Autosport car going wide, and Luis San Juan trying to get around Jacek Zielonka in the middle of Virage de l'Ice. And he's also got Danny Bunchu, another silver class driver, in the number 17 Lamo car that Kevin Rabin debuted in Hockenheim. Just behind him, it is a drive-through penalty for car number 4. So Christophe Carrier jumped the gun a little bit. You're not allowed to overtake before the start and finish line, and Racing Spirit of Le Mans Day goes from bad to worse as Michael Doppelmayr now brings the number 64 Ligier into pit lane. So that contact on the opening lap seems to have done more damage than we suspected. Clean of the screen and checking inside the car. Looks like they're going to go for a driver change on that car. And of course, this is massively out of schedule, and yes, Michael Doppelmayr is getting out of the car, and it looks like it could be either Pierre Caffer or Ilya Earhart who's getting out, and that was the 6th place car, Adrien Bastide, who's gone off at the Adelaide hairpin. So the number 20 DB Autosport car, a car that he shares with Matthias Besch, former teammate to Nico Prost at Rebellion Racing, after their best qualifying of the season, and now that car is stranded on the outside in the little cut-through there is between Adelaide that then takes you through to Chateau d'Eu, and it just didn't stop. That looks more like a technical or a mechanical failing rather than driver error, as he just pulled off the circuit. It looks like he's got it going now, though. But he'll be well down towards the rear of the field, I'd have thought. A real shame there for Adrien Bastide, the rally driver and midget racer with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team, joining Matthias Besch for this weekend, and he himself moving over from the 21 car that he usually shares with the Bassoras. It's a blaze of headlights, and this is the battle between Luis San Juan and Danny Bunchu. Both black and red cars, which is annoying in these low visibility conditions such as this, but it is Bunchu who's found his way through and should now emerge in 7th position ahead of the number 9 Graf Racing car. And so Lamo Racing moving forward in the early stages of this race. Remember, that is their a silver class driver. It's another silver class driver in the form of Sasha Klavadetscher, the reigning CN champion in this championship, who will be getting in the car later on. But Danny Bunchu, the Swiss driver, who had his first taste of endurance racing at the end of last year. Now, what's been happening down at the final chicane? It is dramas for the 555 Kokomo Racing. Philippe Thiron Nova. So the Frenchman down in 19th position as it stands. Georgios Glover's continuing to do a very strong job out there as the second best bronze driver at the moment, and 3rd in LMP3, our championship leader. But 6.5 seconds separating him and his nearest title rival and teammate. Another drive-through penalty for a start procedure infringement, this time for the 777 Lamo Racing car that Alexandre Lafourcade is driving, and is currently in 10th position at the moment. So that is a blow to Lamo's hopes. Currently have 2 cars inside the top 10, with Danny Bunchu continuing to circulate in 7th position. This is Kevin Rabin closing in on Romain Favre. Rabin doing a personal best last time around, and last time took 2.5 seconds out of Romain Favre. Now that was a particularly slow lap, I think, for Favre, because he lost a little bit of time, but the Inter-Europol competition car coming under big pressure from Graf Racing. This is the LMP3 race leader, remember, in the Inter-Europol car. Romain Favre, the midget trophy champion from a couple of years ago, and made his LMP3 debut only at the end of last year with the Inter-Europol competition team, having competed in the GSP4 category of the Ligier European Series. And Rabin with a dive on the inside into Chateau d'Eau, and that is now 2nd position for the Graf Racing driver, although Romain Favre tries to get the up and under, and he does just about draw alongside on the exit of the corner, but I imagine the advantage will still be the Novas when they get into Virage de l'Ice. Indeed it is. And Rabin this time gets it stopped without any dramas, and you can see the floodlights just beginning to dominate the natural light out there as the sun begins to set. Romain Favre sliding his way out of the final chicane. Great stuff. Now let's see if Kevin Rabin can go after Thomas Inborg, who has been unmatched for pace. I'm not confident in that, because Thomas Inborg, has already built up 26 seconds over the chasing pack. The Parisian is absolutely flying out there. Our race leader, who I'm constantly staggered by his speed, he's in his first year of car racing, his first full season. He made a one-off appearance with the CD Sports crew at the end of last year, finished 5th in his class, but coming from karting and this being his full debut season in car racing, and Thomas Inborg just continues to impress and stagger, as does Jonathan Thomas, his South African teammate. Definitely one of the fastest combinations on the grid, and that is what won them the race in Hockenheim, sheer and outright speed. Lamo and Kogamo doing battle further down the order, although actually that 154 car so that is battle for 9th position, with Alexandre Lafourcade moving past Jesse Bouhet into 9th position overall. But remember, that 777 car has been slapped with a drive-through penalty for a start procedure infringement. And so, running wide a little bit there was Alexandre Lafourcade. And is that one of the Graf cars just behind it? Mark Fagianato in the number 71 ANS Motorsport car, very close behind them there as well there. The yellow-trimmed, white-nosed car behind them, the number 71. ANS Motorsport still searching for their first victory of the season, although they have been fighting up for good points-paying positions. Yet to finish on the podium, though. Matt Fagianato and Karen Gaillard in that number 71 car have come close on a couple of occasions, most recently in Mugello. But just falling away for them at the end of the race. This is the TS Course car, the number 24. Alem Geshev currently circulating in 22nd place. That has, I think, just been passed by Philippe Simidomo for 20 seconds. So, Geshev in his LMP3 debut weekend. Another student of James Winslow. It's all James Winslow coach students in the TS Course Duqueine this weekend, with George King and Nathan Kumar. So now this is the race leader now getting in amongst the lap traffic, such as the speed of Thomas Inborg. So filing on the inside, passes the guest entered number 70 ANS Motorsport car into the Grand Curve. And we're going to be waiting a long time to see how the gap has been ebbing and flowing between himself and Kevin Rabin. 23 seconds, so it has come down. It has come down by just under a second on that previous lap. But of course, Tim Simborg, I think, might be dealing with quite a bit more traffic. Look how much more confidence he's got under braking for the Adelaide hairpin. Absolutely breezes past the TS Course Duqueine. TS Course just took a momentous overall victory in the Ultimate Formula Cup about an hour or so ago with their Formula Renault 2-litre car with Nano Lopez, which was absolutely sensational in slightly worse conditions than this, I'd say. Maybe we'll see the young Argentinian in the Duqueine sometime in the future. He's got his eyes set on Formula Regional. Alexandre Lafourcade continuing to move forward there in that 777 Lamo car. He's now got Jacek Zielonka for close company for 8th position overall. So Zielonka, who has been getting more experience in LMP3 and Le Mans Cup throughout the year. He's done outings at Spa and in Mugello. And Lafourcade is bringing Mark Fagianato with him, so he's just dispatched of Jesse Bouhay for the last spot in the top 10 as it stands. It's already Thomas Imborg is at the timing line once again, this time putting a lap on the number 28 MV2S racing car, Philippe Simodomo. That hurriedly repaired car after Simodomo put it in the barriers in Q1. Thomas Imborg, that car is absolutely alive, skating about like nobody's business. The gap has come down again, this time 1.6 seconds in Kevin Rabin's favour. So it's still 22 seconds or so. But if it keeps on like this, then Kevin Rabin will soon be arriving at the CD Sports car. And they are the top two in the MPO2 Championship, the Teams Championship, remember. So Georgios Kalovos still has Danny Bunchu for close company in 5th position overall, but also Jacek Zielonka in 8th position, although Alexandre Lafourcade has dropped back a little bit on that previous lap. Ilya Earhart now at the wheel of this Racing Spirit of Le Mans car that is circulating in dead last. A lap behind the nearest car, so Nick Adcock there in the number 3 CD Sports car recovering after that spin, as is Philippe Thiron, I believe, if memory serves. This is a battle for position now. It's 17th now for Philippe Thiron in the Kokomo car, just usurping the CD Sport car, and Racing Spirit of Le Mans trying to unlap itself. Gwen Delamere here, the top bronze driver as it stands, 4.6 seconds behind Romain Favre, 10 seconds ahead of the next bronze driver, which is Georgios Kalovos in 5th position. But he has Danny Bunchu still for very close company for overall position. That is the closest battle at the front of the field. Now they've just moved up a spot. I'm wondering if we've just lost the car. I don't think we have. No, it's remaining as it was. It looked like they jumped up the timing order for a moment there, but it's only 0.6 of a second between the number 17 Lamo car and the championship leading number 1 Team Virage car for 5th position. Gwen Delamere is closing in on Romain Favre for the last spot on the podium. Remember, Delamere, the bronze driver, Romain Favre, the silver, but last time around was a second quicker than the Inter-Europol competition car, and that would be for the lead in LMP3, of course. So Ligier versus Ginetta. Not often we get to see those battles, but here in the European Endurance Prototype Cup we do, with the CMR team working very hard to develop the Ginetta LMP3 platform ahead of the introduction of the third generation machinery next year in Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series. But as we mentioned at the top of the show, we will be retaining the current generation machinery for next year and a brand new championship for the LMP3 cars. I'm sure details will emerge later on, but it will be 2 55-minute sprint races for LMP3 machinery, with the European Endurance Prototype Cup becoming solely for Nova MP02s. So let's see how the gap has progressed once again. Of course, Romain Favre was putting a lap on the 21 DB Autosports car right at the end of that lap, but Gwen Delamere once again taking a few tenths of a second out of the LMP3 race leader, although I think that's going to swing back in Romain Favre's favour with this DB Autosports car directly in front of Delamere now. Lap traffic always playing a part here, and Delamere to the outside, braking for the hairpin. John Corbett, it's still circulating in 12th position overall. Keeping the car in one piece, that's all he needs to do to hand over to James Winslow. Technically, it is James Winslow leading the championship rather than himself and John Corbett, because the Australian wasn't with us for the opening meeting in Paul Ricard, and so it's a half a point difference between Winslow and Corbett. It's the same in LMP3 actually. It's Axel Noss and Georgios Kalovos going for the title, as Sasha Lehmann wasn't part of the lineup in Paul Ricard. It was Panagiotis Kaitatsis, another bronze driver that was in that car for Paul Ricard. It's 2 wins to 1 between the two championship contenders in the favour of the #1 crew, but both been on the podium 3 times in the 4 races we've had so far. It is looking very likely that both the Drivers' Championships will go down to the wire in Paul Ricard. But the Teams' Championship, that's a very different story, as John Corbett closes up on Jesse Bouhay, who continues to sort of lose pace, really. Remember, he was right inside the top 10 earlier, but now under pressure from the championship leading Nova. And again, wide from Jesse Bouhay, with Jacques Wolf, reigning champion in MP02, closing in as well, so for 11th, 12th and 13th. Just further up the order, Danny Bunchu has finally got past Georgios Kalovos. Spent many, many laps looking at the back of that Team Virage #1 car, but the Lamo Nova now up into 5th position overall. And let's head down to Claire Cottingham, who's in the Graf garage.
I am indeed, and I'm alongside Kevin Rabin's teammate Remy, and we just wanted to talk a little bit about how impressive Kevin has been out there. When I spoke to him on the grid, he didn't want to give away any secrets and strategy, and apparently the strategy is to get to the front quickly.
Yes, that's true. So he made a very good job. So it's very fast on the wet track. So no, we are very happy about Kevin's driving. So we knew that he is very comfortable on the raining. So it's 4 hours races. So I hope it will be okay. But yes, he do a very good job.
We have a long way to go, of course. We're only 30 minutes into this 4-hour race, and we've still got the temperature to drop. and the light to drop. When do you go in for your stint?
The third time, so third place.
So when it's very dark.
Yes, yes. We'll be okay. We'll be okay.
Have you raced a lot in the dark?
In the dark, yes, but not on the wet track since 4 years.
4 years. Okay, so this is a bit of a trial and run for you. You might remember.
Yes, yes, but I think it will be okay. I just need to have a feeling with the car, so I know with the night and on the rain, so it's not easy. But I will do my best for the team to keep. If we were in the good position on the front, so I will try to keep the nice position on the front to finish the race.
Okay, hopefully we'll be speaking to you at the end of the race then.
Thank you, thank you.
Good luck.
Merci.
Remy Duqueine in the Graf Racing garage. Teammates Kevin Rabin there, part of the all-silver lineup in the number 8 car. Thomas Imborg ticks off his 17th lap of the race. And still holds a very healthy margin over Kevin Rabin. Still waiting for the young Swiss driver to come across the timing line, and yeah, the gap is continues to go back out. 26.9 seconds now is the Parisians' advantage in the front of the field, and I noticed the wipers have gone off on that number 5 CD Sport car, so hopefully that means that the weather is abating somewhat and the rain has stopped, but he'll probably want to get that on when he starts lapping some of this traffic. So there'll be an awful lot of spray on his windshield. So that was wide there for I think it was the Extreme Limit car. John Corbett here has made progress. He's up into 11th position now, ahead of Jesse Bouhay, but the Kokomo driver still holding position over Jacques Wolf. Into the pits while we were having that interview had come the 777 Lamo car of Alexandre Lafourcade, and that was to serve its drive-through penalty for a start procedure infringement. And so that looks to have emerged in about 12th position. Yep, there it is across the line on the back of Jesse Bouhay, and Alexandre Lafourcade now trying to get himself back into the top 10 overall. Multiple French prototype champion is Lafourcade, and very experienced in the V2V competition, not only in the prototypes but also in the monoplace series as well, back in 2019. And he makes his move on the inside of Jesse Bouhay, and Jacques Wolf tries to take advantage of that at the Adelaide hairpin as well, although just has his nose chopped off by the Kokomo car. So Lafourcade now into 11th position, Bouhay down to 12th with Jacques Wolf keeping very close company. Frederic Morel in the number 72 ANS Motorsport car, that's the red-tipped car from the Nicolas Schatz outfit. That is running 4 cars still, but all Novas rather than having their LMP3 car here, because they have it on the freight towards Portimao for the Le Mans Cup finale next weekend. And so Georgios Kolovos still soaking up pressure from behind, this time from Louis San Juan in the number 9 Graf Racing car. So through Estoril. And it looked like there was an overtaking attempt here, and both went off the road and banged wheels. Louis San Juan ended up taking a bit of the gravel, but he was the first car to run off, really, and so these two have already come to blows. Into the pits has come our race leader, Thomas Imborg. Now, that feels somewhat early, considering we also had 6 minutes or so under safety car conditions as well, but race leader is in. He had a 28-second advantage over Kevin Rabin when he did so. Who's this further back? Number 4, Christophe Carrier, going up against Christophe Cresp for 16th position overall. As Kevin Rabin now does take the lead of the race. MV2S in a CD Sports sandwich here with Nick Adcock just behind as well. Now the Extreme Limits. Oh no, that's the number 5. Is it not? No, it isn't. Sorry, it's the Extreme Limit car. I was right the first time. All in close proximity. That little exchange of vinyl paint between Luis San Juan and Georgios Kolovos at Virage de l'Ice is under investigation. Not sure what is going to come of that, because they were both off the road, really. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Of course, that does impact the number 9 crew's hopes of securing, or at least attempting to close in on their teammates in the MPO2 Championship. Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé just behind the number 7 crew in the standings. So that early stop for Thomas Imborg has dropped them right down towards the mid-pack. Still waiting to confirm where that is in the order. Still some light rain out there, as we can see. It is Kevin Rabin who now leads. And don't forget as well, with each of the 4 mandatory pit stops that Thomas Imborg and Jonathan Thomas take, they have to be stationary for an additional 61 seconds because they're an all-pro lineup. That is a hefty penalty they are having to take. They managed to overcome that to take overall victory in Hockenheim back in May. Very different conditions to what we have now, or it was in June, excuse me. So Nick Adcock there, and Marc Bonnet still running very close together. Christophe Cresp and Frederic Croulet just behind as well. MV2S versus ANS Motorsport, and then just behind them should be the race leader, or the previous race leader, I should say, but number 27 going for a spin. That's Christophe Cresp, so that's why he's slightly further down the order. Christophe Cresp, the Road to Le Mans winner from earlier in the year. Alongside Maximus Meyer in the MV2S Racing car, but dropping down the order there. And now you can see, well, the rain still coming down, but you can see the light really starting to fade now. The headlights are ablaze. The floodlights that are available in the very limited parts of this circuit are starting to dominate. There is Thomas Imborg, who's come out in 20th position after that early stop. So that should be one of their 4 mandatory pit stops ticked off. And in fact, he's nearly a lap behind our new race leader, Kevin Rabin, because there he is. Starting to hunt for the wetter parts of the track is Kevin Rabin. He's really hugging the extreme right-hand side of the track on the run down to Virage de l'Ice. Jumping over the curbs. This is our race leader, Kevin Rabin. The young Swiss driver who impressed so much in his debut in the Lamo Racing Nova in Hockenheim that Graf Racing snapped him up. The reigning Proto Winter Series champion in the MPO2 car. It's only his first year of car racing. He's had a few midget outings as well, just had his best outing in the midgets, actually. And Kevin Rabin, a young superstar in the making, as is the likes of Eiko Segret and Thomas Imborg and Jonathan Thomas out there. We are really seeing the next generation of great young talents. Pierre-Alexandre Provost in there as well from MV2S Racing. Do get some very exciting young talents coming up through this championship. Karen Gaillard, of course, being another one as a Iron Dame alongside Celia Martin in the Le Mans Cup series with the Lamborghini. So who is this now? Is this one of the CD Sport cars? No, it's not. It is the number 7 Graf Racing car. John Corbett now up into 8th position. I think that's just putting a lap on Daniel Bassora there, but the 777 car behind it of Alexandre Lafourcade is very much full position. Remember, that car had a drive-through penalty earlier in the race for a start procedure infringement, and it just drew alongside on the exit of the Adelaide hairpin, but the wider line for the Australian John Corbett did just keep him ahead. The 58-year-old from Sydney is a 24-hour series Proto champion from 2018. He came to Europe in 2015 after racing Radicals in Australia. Has raced in Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series, as well as the Asian Le Mans Series in LMP2 and in the World Endurance Championship. Teammates James Winslow, of course, in that championship leading MP02 from Graf. So this is the next car up the road, which is Mark Fagianato. Or the next car, yeah, behind them, I should say. Jacques Wolf and Jesse Bouhet still in close proximity in 10th, 11th and 12th position respectively. So Lamo Racing Team watching on there as Kevin Rabin has now built up a 30-second advantage over Romain Favre. We talk about the young talents coming through. He is certainly proving to be one of them out there. Incredible stuff. Interesting to see some drivers getting confident with the blue painted runoff area more so than others. Told that the pit stop for our early race leader, Thomas Himborg, was very much part of the plan, and it is one of their mandatory pit stops done with. It did feel a little early, but obviously CD Sport got cleverer people than I working on the strategy for this one. Oh, another moment here for the number 27, Christophe Cresp, MV2S Racing car. And is that down at Chateau d'Eau? No, it's at Estoril. Yellow flags are out at turn 3, but they'll quickly be rescinded as the Frenchman continues on his way. And we're going to see what happened here. Is it going to be contact with the race leader? No, it is not. Maybe trying to avoid Kevin Rabin's Graf car there and just getting on the anchors and losing the back end as a result of it, because Rabin was going around the outsider, our race leader, and the last thing you want to do is make contact with the man who's 30 seconds up the road from everyone else. And so Christophe Cresp falling back down the order. He's in 19th position as it stands. Alexandre Lafourcade making his second trip into pit lane, but I imagine this will be the first time it is for one of the mandatory pit stops rather than serving a penalty. How about this for a gaggle of cars? Georgios Kolovos and Louis San Juan in amongst the lap traffic. There is Alexandre Lafourcade in pit lane in that 777 Lamo car. No driver change going on just yet, so Lafourcade staying aboard the Nova for the next part of his stint. Lafourcade being a bronze driver, it's an all-bronze lineup there with Jean-Marc Alaphilippe, so they're eligible for the ultimate category. There is only Novas involved in the ultimates category for all-bronze lineups, and once again Jesse Bouhet and Philippe Thiron going toe-to-toe. So it looks like Jacques Wolf has separated himself from this battle because the Jesse Bouhet 154 car is trying to find its way back through on the 555. Now this is the battle for the last spot on the podium, which was 1.3 seconds at the start of the lap, but has closed up quite dramatically. With Danny Bunchu now closing in on Gwen Delamere. Remember, he's the top bronze driver. It was getting very close for third position further down that Novas continue to battle. So I wonder what happened to Gwen Delamere at the start of that lap to lose what looked like a second in the first sector. 34.2 versus a 33.4 in the first sector. So that explains why the gap came down so dramatically on that first lap and has given Danny Bunchu some hope of being able to put his Lamo car on the overall podium provisionally. Anyway, Delamere's soaking up the pressure for now. Wide moment though going through Virage de l'Ice. That will put the silver class driver further on his tail. We'll see when they run down the start and finish straight. 1.3 seconds has become just 0.6 of a second as they tick off the 25th lap of this race. Just over 50 minutes gone in terms of the race time. Race that started under safety car conditions. For the first 6 minutes or so, and we've been running green since then. We've seen a few offs and a few moments, but everyone's been keeping it very clean for the most part so far. Only one bit of contact. Here's Danny Bunchu trying to get on the inside at the Adelaide hairpin. Delamere goes out wide though. Is that going to give Bunchu the run he needs? They are level on the exit of the corner. Into the pits comes the DS Course car of Alain Geshev. Also into the pits has come Georgios Kolovos, the LMP3 championship leader. So that looks like George King getting ready. Nathan Kumar it is, getting ready to go back into the car. We've got the number 9 Graf Racing car that spun round and struggling to get it pointed back in the right direction, and that causes a spin for the Team Virage car as well, as he was trying to get round that Graf Racing car. I didn't quite see which one it was. It might, surely it would have been Jacek Zielonka, because Kolovos is still in the pit lane. Yes, he is. So Jacek Zielonka having a little sympathy spin there, but it was Luis San Juan who instigated all of that at the Adelaide hairpin with a spin of his own, and then struggling to get it pointed in the right direction again. And the 88 car can ill afford moments like that, as they need to be outscoring the number 1 car in these final 2 races to have a hope of the LMP3 Drivers' Championship. Here we're going to see what happened to San Juan. Just lost the rear going through the Adelaide hairpin, and very nearly a moment with the ANS Motorsport car. He loops himself round once and then gets it wrong again, so it was almost a double spin for Luis San Juan. And there comes Jacek Zielonka arriving on the scene in the 88 car. But yeah, a tough moment there for the 56-year-old Spaniard. Race winner with the Graf team in Le Mans Cup, but also with the Cool Racing outfit. So he is back on his way now. Let's head back down to pit lane as Claire Cottingham has found reigning champion George King in the TS Course Garage.
I have indeed found the reigning champion, but unfortunately not quite the race that you're looking for today. A tricky stint for your teammate.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the start that we'd imagined. I mean, the qualifying was tricky enough, so we started P19 overall. And then it's Salim's first ever time driving in the wet, so it's being chucked in the deep end, really. So all in consideration, I mean, he's not done a bad job. I mean, we're still in the race. There's no damage to the car, so we can try and get a good result towards the end.
What kind of result can you look for in a race like this? You've got, obviously, still got about 3 hours to go. Yep. The temperature's going to change, the light's going to change. We may see a bit more rain, however, it has cleared up. There's some blue sky behind you. Yeah,
I mean, I really hope we don't see any more rain, because at the night time it's almost impossible to see with all the spray. Result-wise, I mean, I'll take a podium any day of the week. A win is obviously what we want, but I mean, with this start, it's going to be hard to catch up with everyone. I think we're a lap down at the moment on the leader. So we're going to have to do some strategy magic to try and claw ourselves back into contention.
Nothing is lost yet. We've still got quite a lot of racing to go. How confident are you in the dark, though?
I'm pretty confident. I've done three 24-hour races, driven in the dark a lot. So I'm pretty confident. It's just picking markers and then just hoping that you make the apex. So I'm confident in myself, yeah.
And hoping it doesn't rain?
Yes, exactly. Preferably no rain.
All right, we'll let you get on.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, George King, no stranger to driving in the night. 2 24-hour races in Dubai under his belt. And, yeah, it must be said, Alan Kashev. This way, when you race in the Gulf Radical Cup for a couple of years, don't tend to get a lot of rain out there. Dramas, though, for the 777 Lamo racing car that was on the recovery. Is moving slowly out of what looks to be the Adelaide hairpin. And so it's still Alexandre Lafourcade at the wheel of the car, but some sort of issue befalling the machine. And into the pits has come the 88 Jacek Zielonka Team Virage car. While all that's been going on from what was 5th position. But of course we are in the middle of the shakeout. Dramas for ANS as well. The number 73 has gone round. So the green-tipped car, number 73, being driven by Frédéric Croulet. And yeah, that's not the car that has been fighting towards the front of the field, the ANS number 71 car, but still not what you want to see for Frédéric Croulet, a former Alpine Elf Cup driver. Sharing that car with Rodolfo Rosati as Alexandre Lafourcade was continuing to circulate very slowly around the racetrack. And yep, trying to keep out of everyone's way, taken to the runoff area. There's race leader Kevin Rabin now rounding up the Jesse Bouhay 154 car, and it looked like there that Lafourcade was going to find an escape road to bring the 777 car into, rather than continuing to pootle around at low speed. LMP3 race leader into the pits as well, Romain Favre for Inter-Europol competition, and a driver change happening there with Favre vacating the car. This is where I wish I had pictures of everyone's helmets as well to see who is going to be replacing them. It will either be Pedro Perino or Dane Aronson. And looking at the slot for all silver lineups, it is a minimum of a minimum of 1 hour each per driver. It is Dane Aronson getting aboard the car. Glenn Cottingham from pit lane tells me. And so the Dutch driver who did his first race outside of national competition in Mugello last time out with the Inter-Europol team. So good to see him back in the car. So that means that Pedro Perino will take over later in the race, the Mozambican Portuguese driver. So Dane Aronson now aboard the Ligier. Alexander Bukantsov has been regular in that car, but not with us this weekend. Aboard the number 34. Has been the more consistent runner so far. So just trying to see where that car ended up last time out. It was 4th in LMP3 last time out, but we have a safety car out. So if you're in pit lane at the moment for Romain Fav, that is absolutely perfect timing, as he's going to pull into the refueling area now and still be in pit lane. If anybody who's in pit lane at the moment, Dane Aronson, Louis San Juan has come into the pits, as has Mark Fagianato. Now, hang on, I need to double check what the rules are, because I think you can only come in for a splash and dash. Oh, poor Alexandre Lafourcade is having the longest lap anyone's ever had of Circuit Paul Ricard. And you see a lick of flame coming out the back of the exhaust, so that's not a healthy car. That's why the championship leading Graf number 7 car of John Corbett is in the gravel trap. That is huge news for the MPO2 championship. John Corbett and James Winslow came here with a healthy advantage in the MPO2 championship. Now they are in the gravel trap and in the barriers. Huge news there, and of course that is going to be, well, welcome news as far as seeing your teammate in the gravel is, but when it's your championship rival for Louis San Juan and Eric Trulé, suddenly they have got a wonderful opportunity here to try and close in on their teammates in the championship. So, wow, what a first hour it has been. We are under safety car conditions. Kevin Rabin has brought the car into pit lane. It is these pit stops will not count towards the mandatory stops, remember. So, at the end of the first hour, let's look back on what's happened so far. So we are under safety car conditions, 1 hour into the 4 hours of Magny-Cours, the penultimate race of the season for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. We are under safety car conditions because the championship leading car in MPO2 has found the gravel trap and the barriers. Kerr Cottingham is with James Winslow in the Graf Racing Garage.
Yeah, I am with James, and we were just talking how disappointing this is, obviously, so early in the race as well. Just talk me through your feelings.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what happened, but I just saw that John's in the wall and in the gravel, buried, so hopefully they can pull him out and he can recover and get some laps in, but looks like a good result today is not going to happen.
Yeah, the chances of the car coming back, we don't know how the car is, so chances it could come back still. However, for the championship, it's not over, but it does take a bit of a hit here.
Yeah, it was never going to be one today, really, in my opinion. But yeah, we'll just try and have damage limitation now and just try and score some points and get back to Paul Ricard and fight hard at Paul Ricard.
Frustrating as well for you because it's such a cool track and you were going to go, racing into the twilight. So a shame just on a personal level.
Yeah, and our whole strategy for the weekend was just look after the car, just don't take any risk. So I'm not sure what happened to John there. Maybe something's happened that we're not aware of, or something with the car's broken or something. So yeah, this is motorsport. You have to finish races to win championships. So before I give him a hard time, I'll find out what's happened, I think. But he was driving really, really well before that, and I'm sure this isn't his fault, and we'll be back to fight hard at Paul Ricard.
I was going to say, before you give him a hard time, maybe give him a beer.
Yeah, I will, for sure.
Bad luck.
Thank you.
Well, the stoic face of James Winslow in the face of adversity. There, of course, they did still come here with a decent advantage. It was 12 points they had over the number 9 pairing, Luis San Juan and Eric Trulé. So it is still a decent advantage that they might have by the end of the weekend, but certainly it will be going down to Paul Ricard. Right, safety car is going to be coming in this lap. Danny Bundschuh leads the race now after pit stops for various different competitors, and I'm actually trying to see where everyone else has emerged because Gwen Delamere, Thomas Imborg and Philippe Thiron came back into pit lane. So Thomas Imborg for his second stop, but these will not count as mandatory stops, remember. And Thomas Imborg was the best placed of the drivers who had done one of the mandatory pit stops so far. But we're going to get a timing order when they get across the stripe and get this race back going again. But for now, it's Lama Racing yet to come into the pits that leads the number 17 crew. Danny Bundschuh, the Swiss driver in his first year of endurance racing and prototype racing, joining us from the Formula Renault Cup. So Bundschuh puts his foot to the floor. We are back under green flag conditions for the penultimate race of the season for the European Endurance Prototype Cup. And it is Kevin Rabin who is still listed in second position, but with a huge string of cars between the top 2 overall. And so this safety car has really put the cat amongst the pigeons, because I'm actually trying to see where Kevin Rabin has emerged in the overall order of the field. Can't actually see the number 8 car, but he is listed as second place. And so there are, yeah, so many cars between the top 2 in the running order. I think that might just be making his way in towards the Adelaide hairpin now, side by side with an MV2S racing car. Yes, it is. So how many cars is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe 12 cars between Danny Bundschuh and Kevin Rabin in second position. Try and work out what this lot are all squabbling for as well. Philippe Simodomo there in 18th position, ahead of Dane Aronson in the Inter-Europol competition Ligier. Ilya Earhart there being rounded up by Nathan Kumar, who is our last remaining runner in 26th position overall, with Alexandre Lafourcade in pit lane after some technical issues for the 777 machine by the looks of it. So not all of this is for position. Number 9 car in there as well. That's Luis San Juan running in 11th. So a one fewer lap down than the cars just in front of him. Of course, Luis San Juan now in a great position to try and take points away from his teammate in the MPO2 Championship battle. They have been in the pits once, but I am not sure that has been a mandatory stop. In fact, it has not. Still got 4 to go. So that is Mark Fagianato still at the wheel of the car with trying to keep, Luis San Juan close company in 9th. Jacques Wolf is the car directly behind him in the timing order, but he's definitely got the racing spirit of Le Mans car between himself and his rival. So how quickly can Kevin Rabin find his way through the order? He's on the back of Jacques Wolf there. That is the car that's second in the timing order. Here comes the number 1 Team Virage car. Still Georgios Kolovas at the wheel of that Team Virage Ligier. And is in 12th position overall. So the next car up the road for him is the Jacques Wolf car. So quite a bit of distance really between them. As Jacques Wolf went out wide there, and Kevin Rabin in second position is able to put the lap on the racing spirit of Le Mans Nova. See the rain still just feathering down there through the floodlights. It's an awful lot lighter on the TV pictures than what I can see out the commentary box window, that is for sure. So the floodlights helping in certain areas towards the back end of the circuit, but not everywhere, that's for sure. There will be areas of the track where they're relying solely on their headlights. When we get into the darker stages of this race, just gone to 6:45 local time. Now, big slide for Jacques Wolf through the final corner. Holding on to 11th place though, and what's the gap to Georgios Kolovas then in 12th position? Still waiting for the Greek driver to come across the timing line. It is 11 seconds, so Wolf more concerned about Fagianato and Luis San Juan ahead of him. Worth remembering, that number 9 car had an early lead in the championship after their victory in Paul Ricard, crawling to the line to save fuel. Was Eric Trulé, I believe it was, doing the last stint. And then a fifth place finish, in Portimao. But it was Hockenheim where they took the big hits, and they were hit by the Bratislava Racing car in the hairpin at Hockenheim that took them out of the race. So both top 2 in MPO2 now with big hits, although in fairness James Winslow wasn't inside the top 10, he just got the finishing half point in Paul Ricard. This is that battle for 9th position. Car number 9 in P9 with Mark Fagianato, the Monegasque racer, just behind him. 2 bronze class drivers. Fagianato just sliding the car through the Virage de l'Ice and actually struggling to keep the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car at bay. Ilya Earhart, the silver class driver, which might well explain that. Into the pits from second position has come Kevin Rabin. So this is that car's first green flag pit stop, and the first that is even eligible to count towards a mandatory pit stop. Now the number 8 car, remember, is carrying one of the heftiest handicaps of 61 penalties for having 3 silver class drivers in their car, compared to the number 17 that is leading, for example. That's another all silver class lineup, sorry, but so compared to the sister Graf car, the number 9, that is 22 seconds for having 2 bronzes and a gold, and 27 seconds for James Winslow and John Corbett, a silver bronze lineup. So Kevin Rabin will be sat there for quite a while. Enough time to check his phone messages probably, and maybe have a little scroll on TikTok. before he will then head to the end of pit lane, peel left into the refueling area. Why don't we have refueling in the pit lane? Because this is a first step on the ladder. We don't want people getting hurt and risking themselves to get the cars through the pit stop phase as quick as possible. Another drama here for the 28 Philippe Simodomo MV2S Racing car that's gone for a spin at Château d'Eau. Being told by Claire Cottingham in pit lane that the Kevin Rabin car in pit lane does have some damage on it. A slight twinge on the right rear wing fender. Not sure how that could have happened, but doesn't seem to be hindering any of his pace at the moment. So Kevin Rabin there exiting pit lane. Might have been through the refueling area already, actually. So he's come out just behind the number 1 car of Georgios Kalovos. So that should be in around 11th, 12th position. Nico Prost also back out into the race as well for the first time. So Gwen Delamere has handed over the CMR Ginetta to Nico Prost. I'll wait to see where they've come out relative to one another. So extreme limits. All carbon Ligier for them. Nova, sorry, excuse me. So wildcard entry at Marc Barnet, who started the car, joining from the Trophy Tourism Endurance field. So I think this is his first race in a prototype, whereas his teammate Benjamin Radet has been driving in the V2V Proto series in years gone by, so a little bit more experience in that car. All right, 88 here coming up against Danny Bunchu, the race leader, trying to lap Jacek Zielonka. They're in 15th position overall. Remember that Bunchu has not yet been into pit lane. In fact, there are only 3 cars that are yet to bail for pit lane. Danny Bunchu, our race leader. Now second position, Nick Adcock and John Corbett. Oh, that was a big moment, though, for Jacek Zielonka, the race leader. Just about found a window to try and drive through the gap between the Team Virage car and the grass on the right-hand side, as Zielonka was trying to round up the car in front of him as well, which I think was Erwin Creed. So this is those moments you talk about where you can do everything right, but you get caught up in the wrong moment at the wrong time, and suddenly it can all go against you. So Zielonka surviving that swapper on the exit of the Adelaide hairpin. Race leader Danny Bunchu surviving any dramas having to go around it. Now putting a lap on Nicolas Chartier, the Reiter engineering car in 57. The multiple series in the European Endurance Prototype Cup in LMP3 machinery. Sharing the car with 2019 champion Vincent Capalier. So that is up to 14th position now that the race leader would have put a lap on. I'll tell you, it won't be long actually before they get to Kevin Rabin as well after his second trip through the pits. But Danny Bunchu now into pit lane from the leader of the race. That is his first trip through the pit lane all race long. And so that should mean Nick Adcock takes over the lead of the race in the number 3 CD Sport car. Again, yet to make his stop. Headlights ablaze on the run down towards the Adelaide hairpin. So here is our new race leader, Nick Adcock in the number 3 CD Sport car, yet to come into pit lane. But the Cape Town driver, 59 years old, 3-time South African Endurance Series champion, but he and Michael Jensen have spent many years together traveling around the world and racing prototypes here, there and everywhere. Together they've raced in the Asian Le Mans Series, European Le Mans Series, the Ultimate Cup as well, with various different teams, Team Garage, CD Sport and RLR M Sport as well. They've certainly accomplished a lot together. First pit stop for John Corbett, who has rejoined the race after that moment into the gravel and into the barriers that brought out the safety car. John Corbett currently circulating in 23rd position, now in pit lane. I imagine James Winslow will be getting ready to climb aboard that car. Danny Bunchu getting the nod to go through. Seems to take him a little while to get that message. Oh, this will be interesting. Contact between teammates at A&S Motorsport. Cars 70 and 71 at turn 16. So that's the penultimate corner in the chicane. Has been noted by the stewards. Could be a little awkward as the 70 is just a rental for this weekend for the Yvonne family. Father and 2 sons that are driving that car. But back out into the race comes our earlier race leader, Danny Bunchu. And I have a feeling that already there is going to be a penalty applied to that car, because the telltale asterisk that pops up when a decision on whether that was a mandatory pit stop, whether it ticked all the boxes for a mandatory pit stop, were fulfilled, has popped up next to Danny Bunchu's name. And usually that's something that doesn't get resolved until the final 15 minutes, because you're not allowed to stop in the last 15 minutes of the race. So we'll get a clearer picture then in about 2.5 hours' time. So Thomas Imborg emerges back in 2nd place, having served 1 of his 4 mandatory pit stops. 59 seconds behind Nick Adcock, but of course he is yet to stop. Philippe Thiron in the 555 car. He's been into the pits once, but not ticked off one of the mandatory stops. And let's see where Danny Bunchu emerges out. Jesse Bouhay up into 4th for Kogumo as well, but again, 1 stop done, not a mandatory one. Remember, it doesn't count if you were coming in through the pit lane during safety car or full course yellow. They do not count towards them. Danny Bunchu's really struggling here to get that car stopped, and he's back in pit lane. He had a couple of wide moments there on his outlap, but Danny Bunchu is now back in pit lane. A man who's led this race for some time before doing his first pit stop, and it is back into pit lane now. Now, this doesn't look like it's part of the schedule, but the A&S team aren't exactly in a hurry to fix anything on that car. I can see Claire Cottingham with her, armed with her umbrella and microphone, making her way down to Lamo Racing to see. Oh, more dramas for MV2S. Just doesn't stop for the French team out there at the moment. 27 of who is driving that car at the moment? Christophe Cresp still at the wheel. spun at turn number 17, so yellow flags are out there. Race leaders come into the pit lane though. Nick Adcock for his first stop of the race. Running slightly longer than normal because we have had, started behind the safety car and had a further safety car intervention earlier in the race. So an hour and 13 minutes, or 23 minutes into the race, sorry. That's good going. And he pulls into the refueling station as well to get topped off by the CD Sport team. Remember, this is all about keeping things safe in pit lane because this is a first rung on the ladder. This is not LMP2 where getting a pit stop done as quick as possible is absolutely necessary. We're here to train mechanics as much as drivers in the early stages of prototype competition. So Thomas Imborg now retakes the lead of the race, the pole sitter, the Parisian. 21 seconds clear of Philippe Thiron, but Thiron yet to come into pit lane. But his teammate Jesse Bouhay has now come into pit lane for the first of his mandatory pit stops, and a driver swap also going on at Kokomo Racing. So who might that be getting into the 154 car? Potentially Antoine Lacoste, their other bronze driver. Might try and burn up a little bit more bronze time. Kai Aski, who was part of the Inter-Europol competition lineup in Mugello and throughout the European Le Mans series, has joined that car for the weekend. Slightly left field choice, but keeps Kai racing. So Nathan Kumar here, now at the wheel of the TS Course car, running in 25th position, and is about to have another lap put on him by Thomas Imborg. So not too far behind our race leader, 31 seconds clear. Philippe Thiron was lapping in the 204s last time around, 10 seconds slower than the race leader. I know Thomas Imborg has been flying out there, but yeah, Philippe Thiron, I'm sure that was some sort of issue on that previous lap. And yes, in fact, he lost about 10 seconds going through the first sector on that previous lap. Maxence Maurice now at the wheel of the number 4 CD Sport car, taking over from Christophe Carrière, so the second of their bronze drivers, the father of Luis, who is their silver class driver in that lineup. So Thomas Imborg puts a lap on Nathan Kumar. That TS Course Duqueine. Right, let's see who Claire Cottingham has been able to find in pit lane. It looks like she's headed down to the number 17 garage.
Yes, I am at the number 17 garage. Alongside me is obviously Danny. You've been out there racing already, but I just saw that your teammate came in twice very quickly. Could you just explain why we were back in?
To be honest, I don't know yet because I just got out the car. And yeah, I just put my helmet off, and I didn't have the time to understand what happened. But I hope everything is good and we can go on this way.
Because the car came in and no one worked on it. Everyone left it, so it was a bit confusing.
Yeah, a bit. But like I said, I don't know what happened, and I will ask my engineers and everything. But yeah, I don't know, and I hope nothing to.
Well, you were leading the race out there. Just talk to me, how was that? How have the conditions been so far?
The conditions were very difficult because at the start we just didn't see anything behind the cars. But yeah, I managed to keep calm, make my way and pass a few cars, and the pace was good. So yeah, very happy about it. And yeah, we'll see what comes next.
How long until you're back out in the car? When's your next stint?
Can you repeat?
When do you go back out in the car? It's very loud in the pit lane, to be clear. None of us can hear each other. When do you head back out on track?
I don't know. Maybe in 1 hour, maybe in 2 hours. It depends on the strategy and what happens on track. But yeah, we'll see. And yeah.
Drivers never want to tell me their strategy. I get very annoyed by this. I always want to know the strategy, and I'm not allowed to know it. Well, good luck for the rest of the race. Hopefully we'll speak to you at the end.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so Danny Bunchu there had handed over the car to Sasha Klavadetscha. Hadn't noticed that when it was Sasha who was struggling to get that car around, and then brought it back into pit lane quite early on. And so Klavadetscha, new driver there for the season, but the reigning CN champion. So I wonder if this is his first race in the MP02. He's in his 3rd year of car racing, and yeah, so far it has just been CN machinery with ANS Motorsport primarily. So new experience for the young silver-graded Swiss driver, the 19-year-old. Circulating out there. When does he come out? After coming through the pits twice, is in 24th. Although I do believe that the first one didn't seem to count as a mandatory stop. That is for sure. Right, bit of bodywork flapping on the number 7 car, which is likely to be the corner that John Corbett hit against the barriers that brought out the safety car earlier on. It is still the Australian at the wheel of the pre-event championship leading car. Of course, those title hopes are taking a bit of a dent. So we can see damage to the rear bodywork and the diffuser there as well. That is a result of the incident earlier that ended the first hour on quite a dramatic note. Georgios Kolovas there, LMP3 championship leader. Currently in 6th position and in the lead of LMP3. Team Virage back at the head of the field. For now, they have done one of their 4 mandatory pit stops, as has Dane Aronson and Ilya Earhart. So suddenly that Racing Spirit of Le Mans car has been put back into a decent position here, although Ilya Earhart back in pit lane, as is race leader Thomas Imborg. So Thomas Imborg back in to the pit lane. Has been in that car since the start of the race, so an hour and a half of drive time or so completed. Doors open on that car. I don't think they've done a driver change though just yet. But it seems like they're not going to be chopping and changing the drivers. It'll be one big stint and then another big stint probably for Jonathan Thomas. The South African gets on board later in the race. So Georgios Kolovas continues to circle around. He and Axel Noss leading the LMP3 championship standings, having had 2 victories to their name in Portimao and Hockenheim. And the Hockenheim one was probably the most important and impressive, as Jacques Wolf hands over the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car to Nicolas Molini. But the win in Hockenheim, certainly when the car didn't qualify because they couldn't get it started, Team Virage having to fly parts and components and worked through the night to get that car ready, and it ended up taking the win and 2nd position overall as well in Hockenheim. That might be a championship-defining moment in Paul Ricard. Indeed, that is probably the case for the 88 crew, where Jacek Zielonka had contact with another car. Entirely not his fault at all back in Portimao, but that meant they've scored 0 points, which is not something the number 1 crew has done all season long. Their worst finish is a 5th place in Paul Ricard. And that, I think, was after a puncture on the first lap. or certainly very early in the race. I think it was Panagiotis Kaitatsis who was driving at the time. So Philippe Thiron now leads for the 555 Kogamo Racing team, but yet to do any of his mandatory pit stops. We're an hour and a half, more than an hour and a half into the race. By comparison, this car, the number 5 CD Sport car, has ticked off 2 of them. Where's he come out in relation to Kevin Rabin, though? Although it will still hold an advantage in terms of having done one of the extra stops. Kevin Rabin is ahead by 4.9 seconds. So, yeah, that's... oh, no, hang on, sorry. It's still updating for Thomas Inborg. We'll get it when he comes across the timing line, I'd have thought. So it's Mark Fagianato in 3rd position, 5 seconds behind Kevin Rabin. And I think Georgios Kolovos in 4th. But he has just brought that car in from the lead in LMP3. Team Virage back in pit lane. I imagine this will be to hand over to one of his silver class drivers. Tends to be Axel Noss, who does the middle stint in that car. Because Kolovos has done his minimum drive time. It's silver, bronze, and yes, the minimum drive time for the bronze drivers is an hour and 30 minutes. Doesn't include time in the pit lane, of course, but we are more than 90 minutes into the race. And so Kolovos bringing that car into pit lane, and yeah, I anticipate we'll hand over to Axel Noss. Philippe Thiron continues to lead, but remember, he hasn't done any of his mandatory pit stops. He has been through the pit lane once, and that was during the safety car, so came in for a quick splash and dash, most likely. For the 61-year-old from Mulhouse, part of the all-bronze lineup there, sharing the car with Arnold Robin for this weekend, the reigning Le Mans Cup GT3 champion with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team, and Dennis Callon, regular in that car. Competed in the championship last year. Started his career back in Formula Ford 1600 in France back in 1990. Mark Fagianato also into pit lane there. We can see in the number 71 ANS Motorsport car, and that is a driver change happening for the 71 crew. I think it'll be Karen Gaillard, who usually does the second stint. So the Iron Dame, it should be getting aboard the car. That was from 3rd position, don't forget, so that should put Thomas Inborg back onto the overall podium. That is Axel Noss in the refueling zone, so it is the Spaniard who's climbed aboard the number 1 car. Oh, sorry, the Swiss driver, I should say, excuse me. Swiss-French 21-year-old, but based in Barcelona. That's where the confusion came from, having also raced in Spanish F4 a few years ago. In his first year of prototype racing is Axel Noss. So back out into the race comes the 71, and it is Karen Gaillard, the Iron Dame, who's now joining the circuit for the first time in this race. Another Swiss driver, the 22-year-old. Before joining the Le Mans Cup field with Célia Martin this year, made her prototype debut in the European Endurance Prototype Cup last year and was second in the standings, having had 4 podiums to her name, so a very impressive start to her prototype debut. Even fought for the overall lead at the end of last year in Paul Ricard. So we'll wait to see where she's emerged. Could be close with Erwin Creed in the sister 72 car, although that is another car that hasn't actually done its mandatory stops. And there you see Karen Guyard experiencing these conditions for the first time. And who is that? Is that the Graf car? It is, yes, it's Kevin Rabin. Surely not putting a lap on Karen Guyard. I think he is. Yes, he is, because they are at different stages in their strategy at the moment. And that just goes to show the pace at the front of the field has been absolutely electric. So Karen Guyard about to be lapped by Kevin Rabin. Kevin Rabin was really looking for the wet line on the inside, basically hugging the pit wall down the start and finish straight. Rabin, it is in second position. The gap to Thomas Imborg, I will get it when the Parisian crosses the start-finish line. But Rabin is 24 seconds behind Philippe Thiron, but up a pit stop, effectively. Still waiting for Thomas Imborg to come across the timing line. This is what happens in the middle of the race. It all gets a bit sort of shuffled about while everyone does their strategy. And then with about 15 minutes to go, we find where everybody truly lies. Karen Guyard herself now trying to put a lap, or actually no, pass for position, Nick Adcock, the number 3 CD Sports car. So that's 8th and 9th that is being disputed. Yeah, Karen Guyard after that stop came out in 9th position, but trying to make it 8th. Very, very close with the South African going through the 180-degree corner and getting pushed out onto the blue painted curbing as well. And so Nick Adcock not being too kind to Karen Guyard in their battle for 8th position. Kevin Rabin still unable to utilise that and make a pass and put a lap on the 2 cars in front of him. They're probably too busy watching each other. So now Karen Guyard on the inside of Virage de Lice. Makes the move on Nick Adcock's stick, and so that's now 8th position. And now straight into the pits. They're saying, screw this, I'm not going to spend any more time looking at the back of these 2 cars. Kevin Rabin, I'm going into pit lane for my second mandatory pit stop. Now some news from Claire Cottingham in pit lane, which is about car number 21. That is the DB Auto Sports car, currently being driven by Philippe Yachard, who is joining the father and son pairing of Daniel and Quentin Basora for this weekend, the midget and rally driver. Apparently he's been told 3 times to come into pit lane and hasn't done so on any of those occasions. So hopefully we don't end up with a situation. Was it Jean Alesi who ran out of fuel in Melbourne all those years ago? Murray Walker said those famous words, "Oh, Jean, you may well look worried, son." Raphael Narak, meanwhile, has taken over the 88 Team Virage car. And just coming down the order, and it is a driver change for the number 8 crew. Didn't quite see who was getting in, but Kevin Rabin doing his job out there. Remember, this is one of the cars with an all-silver lineup. So Loris Kybers or Remy de Gouffroy next in the lineup. This is still our race leader, Philippe Thiron. We often see Kogumo sort of glory hunting a little bit by staying out for as long as possible and then rushing all of their pit stops towards the end of the race. And that has been useful to Jesse Bouhet on a couple of occasions. He has finished on the podium in Hockenheim in MP02, but for the all-bronze lineup, the 555, they are the highest placed AM lineup out there. So let's see if we can see. It's Loris Kuybers, the Swiss racer, who has gotten aboard the number 8 Graf car. And so that is the monoplace Formula Renault 2-litre champion from 2020. Who is back in the number 8 car, having stood in for David Drew in the sister number 9 car, as the Swiss racer was on cool racing duties in Mugello in his bid for the Le Mans Cup title with the Swiss outfit. You see how dark it's gotten out there now. One big glare of the floodlights at Chateau d'Eu, helping in some areas, but many areas of the track where it is just headlights that the drivers are relying on. Still quite wet out there. Can't see anyone going for slick tyres before the end of the race, because it's not exactly warm out there either, so the track isn't drying up too quickly. One car facing the wrong way though on the start and finish straight, and it looks like, is that the Graf car? Is that the number 9 Graf car? I believe it is. Yes. So who is driving that car at the moment? It's Eric Trullet, and of course that is the car that's trying to take advantage of the fact that the number 7 has been in the gravel trap and going for the championship. Eric Trullet in the number 9 car, second in the standings going into this weekend. But, wow, that's not going to do them any favours, and that is a slight reprieve for James Winslow and John Corbett. So let's see what happened. It was tucked up behind the MV2S car and just lit up the rear Michelins. So a bit of a nightmare moment for the 56-year-old Frenchman. Just in front there of Dane Aronson. So he's held on to 5th position. So he's been passed by Nicolas Morlini. But that seems to be the extent of the damage of that spin for Eric Trullet, and is just in front of Dane Aronson and Karen Gaillard. Dane Aronson in the lead of LMP3 in 6th position overall, but himself has Karen Gaillard for close company. She'd already put that move on Nick Adcock, and now trying to do the same to Dane Aronson and make it all Novas in the top 6 rather than the top 5. Dramas for ANS Motorsport, the number 70, the factory liveried car that's a guest for this weekend with the Yvonne family, that's gone round at what looks like the Grand Curve, and it's the father, Jean-Francois Yvonne, currently driving. Yellow flags are out at turn 1, so it is the Grand Curve. Hopefully Jean-Francois can get that car pointed in the right direction again of his own accord. And we won't need a safety car intervention. It's just starting to creep forward. Jean-Francois looking for a gap in the traffic to try and get it pointed in the right direction at the very least, as cars file their way through. But Claire Cottingham is back in the Graf Racing garage and has found Kevin Rabin after his stint.
Yeah, I've got Kevin alongside me. I mean, do I worship you? That was incredible. Wow.
Yeah, thank you. I just got out. It's really, really hard. I had the blood in my throat. I just got a drink. I'm really tired, but yeah, it was a really good stint. I'm really happy, and I think the team as well is happy. So yes, I'm tired too.
Do you have to go back out in the car though? Have you got some rest time or?
I don't know. Normally no, because
I was gonna say yeah.
Normally I did my entire time, so hopefully not because I'm really tired. But yeah, no, I don't think so.
It was a really, really impressive stint. Not just that, but you had the rain to contend with, and also the changing conditions. Well, I say changing conditions, but just it getting dark as well. Dusk is such a difficult time to drive.
Yeah, it was trying to get as much space I could at the start. We did it, but then yes, there was a bit more rain, the night, and all the guys behind us we needed to overtake again. So yeah, it was we had some touch, but yeah, it was really hard with the guys, and yeah, it was quite dangerous too.
I feel like this is one of the most physically challenging stints you've ever done in Ultimate Cup.
Yeah. For me, yes, it's the hardest I've done here. So yeah, I think so.
Was there a little bit of damage on the rear right? Did I see?
Yeah, I think in the refueling we had some damage. We had the touch with the interior pole. And they say I think it's our fault because I was not well parked. I said I couldn't do better because it's really tight in this slot. I was at the end too, so I couldn't do better. But yeah.
In fairness, that's the only mistake you made throughout that whole stint, so you must be incredibly pleased with yourself.
Yeah, we're pleased. There's not too much damage, so yeah, Lois can do well at the end of the stints, but yeah, not too much damage, so yes, we're happy.
How much are you showing this to be such a platform for how good your driving is?
You mean rate my...
I mean, other people are going to be watching this and see how impressive that stint was.
Well, I hope they're going to be getting me a 10 because it was quite hard, I'll tell you. But I'm not going to point myself, and I'll give it the lowest grade I could because you could always do best and better. So yeah.
But you can go and relax now.
Thank you.
A well-earned break there for Kevin Rabin after a very impressive opening stint to the race. A few of you getting in touch on the YouTube live chat. Martin Plevko saying, I recognise the LMP3 cars, but what's the other category? That is the Nova NPO2 cars. So that is a French manufacturer of LMP3 level machinery. This is one of the few championships where you can race with them. It is powered by a 5-litre 460 brake horsepower Ford V8, so a very similar output to the Nissan V8 in the LMP3 cars. The brand Nova, formerly the Norma Auto Concept car. And so you'll be familiar with that from LMP3 machinery as well. The brand itself was created by Guillaume Roux, a close friend of Norma's original founder and the daughter of Norbert Santos, the founder of Norma. It was bought by Duqueine in 2017, but Camille Gatro-Santos and Guillaume Roux continuing on the legacy of Norma by creating the Nova prototype, and has been racking up the overall wins so far this year. Only one time had a Nova won outright before this year, and it's happened 3 times already this year. So that is the cars racing alongside the LMP3 machinery, and will be exclusive to the championship in 2025, with LMP3 getting its own championship for next year, with 2 55-minute races and no mandatory pit stops, and spots for pro drivers, silver class drivers, and bronze drivers as well. A few of you excited about the rain. Tony Kart Race saying rain, oh yeah. Cat Parker as well, wet conditions back at it again, but at least not torrential like in Mugello. Yes, we're very familiar with that. I was very relieved to be in the commentary box for that one. So if you do have any other further questions about the championship on the YouTube live chat, do go ahead and let us know. And also make sure you're subscribed as well to keep abreast of everything that's happening with the Ultimate Cup. In the future, we do have one more meeting to come, and that is at Paul Ricard in early November. It's on the 8th, 9th and 10th of November. Where we will be crowning a number of champions, not just in the European Endurance Prototype Cup, but also in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, the Ultimate Formula Cup, and GT Endurance Cup as well. That's still to come tomorrow as well for this penultimate meeting of the season. So the MV2S Racing crew get to work in pit lane. Is that the 27 or the 28? It is 28. So that is Philippe Simodomo still at the wheel of that car. Impressive stint time, must be said. So Thomas Imborg leads as we approach the end of the second hour of the 4 hours of Magny-Cours. Driving into the darkness out of the Adelaide hairpin. His lead 18 seconds over Philippe Thiron, but is up a pit stop on the Kokomo driver. Erwin Creed in the ANS Motorsport car, currently third, but that is yet to tick off any of its mandatory pit stops, and we're already halfway through the race, so ANS is going to be very busy at the end of the race. So approaching the end of the second hour in the 4 hours of Magny-Cours. Here's how things are standing. Thomas Inborg leads in the number 5 CD Sport Nova. Second position was Philippe Thiron. He's just brought the 555 car into pit lane. And into the garage. The number 28 MV2S Racing car has been a tumultuous day for the MV2S Racing crew, sadly. That car that brought out the red flags in qualifying with damage on the rear end, and Stéphane Roux's team doing a remarkable job just to get it into the race, but sadly for Philippe Simodomo, the race ends here by the looks of it. So third overall and in LMP02 is Owen Creed in the 72 ANS Motorsport car, and then in LMP3 Inter Europol competition leads with Dane Aronson in the number 34 car, and Nicolas Prost second in class for the CMR team aboard the Ginetta. And then third is Stefan Rupp, currently in the 57 Writer Engineering car, but we are in amongst the pit stop cycle. And rather concerningly for the championship leaders in LMP3, the team manager for car number 1 has been asked to report to race control. So hopefully that's not anything too severe for the number 1 crew. This is that period of the race where some drivers have ticked off more of their mandatory pit stops than others, and then it all gets busy towards the period where the pit stop window closes 15 minutes before the checkered flag. So into the pits has come race leader Thomas Inborg, and surely now at the half race distance, Jonathan Thomas is going to be climbing on board. Yes, he does. So mammoth stint from Thomas Inborg, and this should be the third of the mandatory stops. Yes, it should. Fourth time through the pit lane for them, and one of them was the splash and dash during the safety car in the first hour. So, clean the screen, and Jonathan Thomas now aboard that car. So the South African, who was part of the number 3 lineup with Nick and Michael last year. Race winner already, though, in the championship before this year. But of course, he and Thomas took a rather dominant victory in Hockenheim. Still their only podium finish to their name, though, for this year. It was had a rotten bit of luck elsewhere in the championship, and it looks like Joshua Williams is excited to see Jonathan Thomas out in the car. Again, joining on the YouTube live chat. So do get in touch and let us know your comments on the race, or if you have any questions. So the CMR Ginetta there, just at the back of this queue of cars. And that's the gap, actually, between the LMP3 race leaders. It's only 2.9 seconds. Dane Aronson only got that Kokomo car between himself and the CMR Ginetta. And I can't imagine that that car will be there for long, because Philippe Thiron is a lap down on the LMP3 race leaders. So depending on how quickly he gets through, and he has done so now into the Imola chicane. So that's, yeah, getting really close now for LMP3 at 4th position overall. That's about to be disputed. Car 28 has been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision, but it's for naught because Philippe Simodomo is still in pit lane and still in his garage. So marks for trying there in the steward's office, but of course that's just part of the process, although it is slightly amusing to think about. Right, let's see what's that done to the gap between Dane Aronson and Nicolas Prost. 2.6 seconds when Prost went over the line. Of course, Prost, the platinum graded driver in the CMR Ginetta, closing in on the silver graded Dane Aronson, both with one mandatory pit stop completed, and it's getting really hard out there to pick them apart in the order. That's Georgios Klovos. So the 72 ANS Motorsport car, they're not in this pack. Should be just behind, I'd have thought. But yeah, definitely starting to close up for the lead in LMP3. We'll continue to monitor that gap. Georgios Klovos, not Georgios Klovos, sorry, he got out of the car ages ago. Axel Noss in the number 1 car. Apologies, Axel. Yeah, trying to gap the ANS car behind him. 72 is the race leader, in fact, now, actually, sorry. Owen Creed, having not served any of his mandatory pit stops and only come in for a splash during the safety car. That has been into the pit, so that's why it's out at the front of the field.
That surprises me.
So we'll see more about the LMP3 battle shortly afterwards. But for now, let's head down to the CD Sports Garage and Claire Cottingham.
Of course, Nicholas Adcock alongside me, rather. A bit of a long stint out there. You just said to me you didn't realise how far along we are in the race.
I know, I thought it was at least Monday morning, actually. I seem to be out there for a long time, but that was our strategy, and if my pace was okay, we were going to keep going long, which we've done to try and shorten Michael Jensen's stint, because the Silver can only do an hour and 10 minutes, so we've just got him on the minimum drive time, and then Jan Zimmer can finish the race for us. But that was hard work out there. Knife edge stuff. You're
not the only driver that said it's been incredibly tough out there, and really people, everyone's just kind of chaotically everywhere.
Yes, because every time you touch the throttle, you have a mini adventure, and there's some really, really slippery bits. Some bits that are really actually got a lot of grip. Going down to the Adelaide hairpin, you can break nearly the 100 board. It's quite surprising. But in the bottom hairpin, 180, that is, you could get out and walk around quicker, it feels. So you just have to choose where you got your pace and choose where you have to be very, very careful.
The Adelaide hairpin has been catching a lot of drivers out, and I guess for that exact reason, that it's like tiptoeing out there in some parts.
Yeah, that hairpin, as I say, you can brake particularly late, but you have to modulate your brake pressure. You have to put the brakes on really hard to begin with, then ease off the brakes. And I think if you get too excited and just keep the brake pressure on, you go sailing towards the gravel trap and give yourself a scare.
Which I think a few people have done. You must be quite pleased where you are at the moment, 6th overall.
Astonished, to be frank with you. I just looked, as you said to me, let me talk to you. Where are you? We weren't.
No, I knew where he was. Obviously, I didn't ask you where you were. Don't give away.
I looked in the second page. No, the first page. My God, we're P6. So we're looking good, yeah.
Still a couple of hours to go, though. How confident are you to kind of stick with that position? I mean, the last 15 minutes, it all shakes out a lot, but, you're still in a strong position.
It's how much drier it gets, because obviously the ambient temperature is very, very low. I think the chance of a dry line of being under slicks, I'm not sure. But now, obviously, with it not raining, the wets will start to overheat, so it's a bit of a lottery.
It is indeed, but it's a lottery for everyone at least. Good luck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lottery indeed out there. And so, the Michael Jensen number 3 car circulating in 8th position at the moment, much to the surprise of Nick Adcock. They're just behind the sister car, number 4 of Maxence Maurice, the father of part of the lad and dad combination in that car. So currently it's CD Sport with all 3 of their cars inside the top 5. And I know we were joking earlier about, well, so long as nothing major happens to the Graf cars, then they'll still be champions this weekend. But currently, Graf don't have any of their cars inside the... Oh, no, sorry, I forgot about Loris Kybers. Sorry, I could feel Nina reaching for her phone and ready to tell me off. Getting a telling off from the number 72 car, and Michael Jensen going in there as well, but the number 72 at the 180-degree corner. Going round, and that was Owen Creed, the race leader. So Karen Gaillard now takes over the lead in the sister ANS Motorsport car. She has one pit stop served to her name, and while we're watching that interview, by the way, Dane Aronson brought in the number 34 into Europol competition LMP3 car from the lead in its class. Roman Fav getting back aboard that car now. So Nico Prost now takes over the lead in LMP3. But Karen Gaillard now with the number 71 ANS Motorsports car leads at just over the half-race distance after that spin for Erwin Creed. That also caught out Michael Jensen. Seemed to be more of an innocent bystander in that, just didn't want to run into the side of the ANS car. And so drama's continuing to unfold in this 4 hours of Magny-Cours race. And so 9 seconds her advantage now over Nico Prost, who has emerged in second position. But the Frenchman lapping quite a bit quicker, as you'd expect, the former Rebellion LMP1 racer, with a plethora of experience to lean back on in conditions such as this. So Karen Gaillard circulating there. It does seem like there's still rain out there on the track, but when I poked my head out the commentary box window during the highlights reel, it stopped raining, at least on this end of the circuit anyway. But maybe that's just leftover spray from the cars out there. Claire confirming to me that it's not raining in the pit lane either. But there, it looks like sideways rain. Maybe that's just a trick of the light. Although, as Nick was saying in pit lane earlier, doesn't seem like we're going to be going to slick tyres anytime soon. So that's the number 1 car that Karen Gaillard is just in front of, Axel Noss, their silver-rated driver. On a wide moment there for what looked like the TS Course car. That's the car that's second overall now, the LMP3 race leader, Nico Prost. Just put a lap on one of the Novas in front of him, now in his rear-view camera. And Prost brought down the gap, not by much. Actually, they were very evenly matched, about 0.4 of a second between Gaillard and Prost. At 8.6 seconds is Gaillard's advantage still at the end of the 63rd lap of racing. Erwin Creed still holding on to 3rd position, though. He's 4.5 seconds behind Prost, but lapping a little bit slower. He is the bronze-rated driver, remember, as the 72 is not an all-bronze crew, but Mathis Poulet yet to get behind the wheel of the 72. So Nico Prost taking over from Gwen Delamere earlier in the race. The CMR team working hard to push that car in its development. And when I spoke to Nico yesterday, I said, how are things going? And he was very chipper about it and very positive about the pace shown by that Ginetta. It seems a far cry from speaking to them at the start of the season, when it was all about the drag of that car holding them back, but not so much in the way of straight line performance here. And so a bit of draggy downforce isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. But still nice to have, and I'm sure that is going to be an area that they've been working on hard with the new generation car to be introduced next year, with the Orica-prepared, Toyota-built twin-turbo V6 that Ligier, Ades, Ginetta and Duqueine are all preparing. Back into the sunlight. There's Erwin Creed. They're still circulating in 3rd position. The lead gap coming down to 7.4 seconds on that previous lap. Bit of a slow one from Karen Gaillard, who dipped into the 57s last time around. But while that is unfolding, let's head back down into pit lane with Claire Cottingham, who's at Inter-Europol.
I am indeed come down to car 34. Wanted to have a little chat with you, Dane, about how your stint was. Talk to me. Was it quite tricky? I've talked to quite a few of the drivers up and down at the moment who've said it was being a bit harder than they expected.
Yeah, we dropped down quite a bit because of our extra penalty time with the pit stops, because we got 3 silvers. But I managed to make it up at the start. I got a few positions back because the tires were brand new and I was like feeling quite quick. But after a while, because the track is drying up now as well, my tire pressures went too high and I lost all grip at front. So I was just surviving at the end. And yeah, just waiting to go back in to or lower the pressures or do a driver change. So it started off good, but at the end the visibility got worse. And yeah, I'm quite happy with it after all. We're still in a good position, maybe for a podium. So I'm looking forward.
Because this is the thing, if you look at the timing screen, you're 16th at the moment, but it's going to all change by the end of the race.
Yeah, we've done all our 3 stops now, so we have to do only 1 more. I think the other ones have to do a few more as well, so we will definitely go back to the front. I'm sure of that.
It's your 2nd race weekend with Ultimate Cup. I've come to the conclusion that you bring a lot of rain. Mugello was a washout, and now look at it.
It might be because I'm Dutch, I'm not sure.
We are blaming you, we are blaming you.
I'm sorry, but you know, it brings quite a lot of spectacular races, so I don't really care. It's okay like this.
And it's also really nice for you to get involved in a race that isn't constantly red flagged as well. And there was nothing, that wasn't the fault of anything to do with Mugello. We had a massive storm, but it's nice to be able to get some clean racing.
Yeah, we're just driving right now. If it stays like this, I'm happy. It might be nice if it dries up and we can switch to slicks, but I don't think we'll go back to slicks if I'm looking at the track right now. But yeah, it's looking good for this.
That was my next question. Too early for slicks?
Yes, definitely too early for slicks. Yeah.
All right, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
So always great to hear from the Inter-Europol garage, Dane Aronson, exploring new series, racing for the first time out of the Netherlands. Nico Prost has brought in the CMR Ginetta from 2nd position overall and the LMP3 lead. Now remember how close he was to Dane Aronson when he was at the wheel of the Inter-Europol competition car that was leading in its class at the time. So let's see how close Romain Fav gets to that car when Prost emerges from pit lane. Still yet to see Pedro Perino in that car, so maybe they're saving him for last. There is Prost, who's out of the box and now into the refueling area now. The rear light there illuminating the staircase and the end of the pit building. But, there you can see the CMR team refueling the Ginetta. And yeah, a reminder, it does happen in a separate fueling station at the end of pit lane. It is not done in the middle of pit lane. This is all about creating a safe environment for teams and drivers to learn the basics of prototype and endurance racing. So from 2nd position, Prost into pit lane. Jonathan Thomas has brought the number 5 car into pit lane for what could be its last mandatory stop, but an hour and 40 minutes or so on the clock. That's an interesting one. That is a really, really interesting one. So I think well, it might be that Jonathan Thomas just came straight into pit lane and didn't refuel there, but then yeah, not sure what the strategy is on that one. And of course, CD Sport, as I said earlier, know a lot more than I. but an hour and 40 to run. That is would be impressive, unless we need a splash at the end, and they're hoping for a safety car. Number 28 car looks to be poking its nose out of the garage and is going to rejoin the race. That is great news. So is that still Philippe Simodomo at the wheel of the car? I imagine it would be. So the 28 back into the race. Tim Merrieux it is. Timing screen has just updated in that 28 car. So Tim's at least going to get some laps. The former Alpine Elf Cup driver, race winner in that championship, and now in his first year of prototype racing. But significantly down on the rest of the field. He is 7 laps behind the next car up the road, which is Jean-Francois Yvon. And then it's a further 5 laps to James Winslow. So running for pride more than anything out there. So Nico Prost is back out onto the racetrack, as is Maxence Maurice. Jonathan Thomas still in pit lane as Karen Gaillard continues to lead. Still has 3 mandatory pit stops to serve, does the 71 car, but great to see Karen Gaillard leading in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. An inspiration to young drivers out there. Don't take my word for it. Take the word of Solène Amrouche in the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup, driving the Vortex. Said meeting Karen was the moment that changed her life and got her into the world of racing. That is the power that the Iron Dames can have, and when drivers like Karen Gaillard and Celia Martin are finishing on the Le Mans Cup podium in GT3, that is the moments that make dreams come true for young women around the world. Started racing in 2019, did Gaillard, in the TCR Germany Championship. Just a couple of races under her belt there, but picked up more experience in TCR machinery in the 24-hour series before competing in midgets, and then finding a full season home in the European Endurance Prototype Cup in MPO2. And this is one of the things I love about prototype racing as well, is that it finds a home for young drivers who aren't necessarily flush with cash. It's not a pay-to-win formula. It's something that rewards much more the abilities of drivers and is much more about teamwork than any other single-seater series out there, with 2, 3, sometimes 4 drivers having to work together towards a common goal. Writer Engineering, Ligier just in front of Gaillard now. Stefan Rupp in 23rd position. She's trying to round up into Chateau d'Eau. And she did manage to do so eventually. It's Stefan Rupp continued to circulate. Bronze driver aboard that car. Now, Jonathan Thomas, when he came back out of pit lane, it does still say he has 1 mandatory pit stop to go. So, not sure what the in and out was. I haven't missed some sort of drive-through penalty, have I, for that car? I'm going to have a look through. Car 28, car 28, car 7. No. Nothing of any note there, although I will say car number 12 is under investigation. That's the Nico Prost car for a refueling procedure infringement, and that is a big no-no because they come down on that quite hard indeed. So while we were looking at that, it is the 88 of Rafael Narak who has emerged as the leader in LMP3 with only one mandatory pit stop to go. And his two nearest rivals, Romain Fav and Axel Noss, crucially championship rival Axel Noss, still have 2 to go. And that puts the 88 crew in a marvellous position. But remember, they were in such a position in Mugello as well. And then it was late dramas for that 88 crew. Slight mistake that meant they didn't quite take as many points out of their teammate as they would have ideally liked or possibly could have. The win was on the cards for the 88 crew, but now with an hour and a half just over remaining, it's looking very good for the 88 crew in LMP3, but in MPO2, it's probably still anybody's guess for second and third, at least, I'd say anyway, because it's so hard to look past Jonathan Thomas and Thomas Hindenburg at the moment. They have just been so fast out there. The next car in MPO2 with only one stop to go is actually the sister number 4 car, Maxence Maurice. And they still have a silver class driver to put in that car as well, Louis Maurice. So they've been doing that with the bronze drivers in. That is now suddenly looking like a very good contender as well. So it's at this stage in the race, it's so funny, we don't look at the drivers who are leading. We're looking at the drivers who are currently in 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Because they're the ones who have done the mandatory stops. Everybody else still has to come into the pit, some of them 3 times still, and we've got just over 90 minutes left on the clock. Speaking of which, Karen Gaillard into pit lane, as is Erwin Creed, so double stacking at the ANS Motorsport camp for cars 71 and 72. Rafael Narak also into pit lane as well, though. So maybe they're not in quite as strong a position as I would have thought, because they're definitely not making it to the end on a tank of fuel from here. So this will be one of those stops that probably doesn't count as the mandatory one. And I don't think Rafael will have done his drive time just yet either. What's he done? 42 minutes. Yeah, that's nowhere near. What is the minimum for silver class drivers in such a lineup? Yeah, it's a minimum of 50. So that's a really awkward amount of time, isn't it? Because the cars under normal conditions, the LMP3 cars anyway, would be able to do about 55 minutes. On a tank of fuel. So into Europole competition then should retake the lead in LMP3 with Rafael Narak in pit lane, and in fact he does so now. Romain Fav still at the wheel of the number 34 car. We are yet to see Pedro Pirino in that car, but Fav retakes the lead of LMP3. And now this is going to be interesting. Axel Noss out of pit lane as Rafael Narak's coming into pit lane. So we'll see in a couple of minutes where the two Team Virage teammates line up against each other. Remember, they are the two fighting for the championship in LMP3. So approaching 90 minutes remaining, then Karen Gaillard and Erwin Creed have ticked off another of their mandatory stops, but Erwin Creed has handed over the 72 to Frederic Morel. So that is another of the bronze drivers in that car. So yet to see their silver class driver Mathis Poulet out, but Frederic Morel, the Legends Cars France champion from 2017. He was out in the Lamo racing car earlier in the year, but now with ANS Motorsport. And I would expect to see that car move forward quite a bit when their silver class driver, the young Frenchman, the LMP3 champion with Virage in the Ultimate Cup series from a couple of years ago, before joining the Le Mans Cup field, Mathis Poulet. So now into the lead of the race goes Loris Kai-Bers, with Karen Gaillard rejoining the track. So that's the number 8 Graf car. So Loris Kai-Bers 5th in the standings going into this weekend in MP02. Less likely for the number 8 crew to be able to usurp the 2 teammates, as they were, what was it, 26 points behind. And so that is a slightly unrealistic target with 2 races remaining. But of course the number 7 still circulating down in 24th position, and so it looks like it's just going to be a half-point game for James Winslow and John Corbett. It's really the number 9 crew we have to look at more than anything. Graf Racing leads, 2 mandatory pit stops to go, as it is for Nicolas Morlini, who's now in 2nd position for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and Dennis Callon in the 555 Kogamo car. Michael Jensen has emerged in 4th, and then Karen Gaillard. All the top 5 still have 2 pit stops to serve. Then Jonathan Thomas in 6th, only 1 to serve. Benjamin Radet in the Extreme Limits car still has 3, though. That's unnerving. Number 9 car in 8th position overall. Oh, Benjamin Radet's just come into pit lane, so that's going to drop down to 2. Phew. And Roman Fav, currently the LMP3 race leader, in 10th position overall. So there is that number 1 car. Yes, we were going to look to see where the 1 and the 88 had come out relative to each other. I can tell you the advantage is to the number 1 car, Axel Noss, by quite a few cars, all MPO 0. But it's some 50 seconds or so between Axel Noss and Rafael Narak in the 88 car. So yeah, suddenly not looking quite as hot as I thought about half an hour ago. So here is Loris Kai-Bers, the car that he took over from Kevin Rabin. Remember, the young Swiss driver was storming up the order in the early stage of the race. Loris now into the lead. 3 trips through the pit lane for that car so far in this race, 2.5 hours deep. Still yet to see Remy de Gouffroy, the other silver class driver, who initially came in as a stand-in for Louis Rossi after his massive crash at the Road to Le Mans in the LMP3 car, but since then has put his resources towards the Le Mans Cup and European Le Mans Series. So the Riz Oranges-based 29-year-old de Gouffroy becoming more of a permanent resident in that number 8 car. Remember, last time out was Jimmy Cho and George King in that car in Mugello. So 38 seconds is Nicolas Morlini's advantage. Sorry, it's Loris Kai-Bers' advantage over Nicolas Morlini. These are all cars on a similar playing field here, with Dennis Callon and Michael Jensen as well. Karen Gaillard and Eric Trulé as well. Probably one of these cars we might be looking at joining them on the podium, as Nico Prost is back into 2nd position in LMP3. But a good 35 seconds or so to Roman Fav. And remember, that car is under investigation as well. for a refueling procedure infringement. Car 21 was reported as going slow on track. That's Philippe Yachard, the DB Autosport car that he shares with Daniel and Quentin Bassora. So, haven't seen anything pop up. It hasn't been the fastest car out there. It's the racing spirit of Le Mans car that's been on the recovery since being spun round by Philippe Simodomo in the first lap of the race. The 64 currently lapping third in the LMP3 category and in 14th position overall. Pierre Caffer at the wheel of that car. But that is another one that still has to serve 2 stops, as does Nico Prost and Romain Fabs. So I still can't help but feel that Team Virage are in a better position here with the 88, but we will see later on. The pre-event championship leaders in MPO2, the number 7 Graf car, James Winslow's still at the wheel there, but lapping in 23rd position after John Corbett met the barriers and the gravel trap earlier in the race. This is another car that was leading earlier on. Sasha Klavadetscher now driving after taking over from Danny Bunchu. They were sort of goal hanging a little bit, trying to anticipate a safety car maybe. ANS team watching on their driver Karen Gaillard, currently 6th at the moment. Frederic Morel also inside the top 10 in 72, that is. So here is that 88 Team Virage car, one of the contenders of the LMP3 championship. Victors in Paul Ricard, Daniel Macier, Rafael Narak and Jacek Zielonka on debut for all 3 of them. But since then it has gone more the way of Axel Noss, Georgios Kolovas and Sasha Lehmann. 2 victories on the bounce in Portimao and Hockenheim, and then a 3rd place finish in Mugello. It was 2nd for the 88 crew, 2nd time in a row, but could have been the victory. But that, in the end, went to RLR M Sport with James Dayson, Chris Short, and Wyatt Bricacek. That was one of the wildcard entries that we had for Mugello, with teams trying to get some additional experience in anticipation of the first ever European Le Mans Series and Le Mans Cup rounds at Mugello just a few weeks later. So darkness well and truly falling over Circuit Nevers de Magny-Cours now. Loris Kybers leads by 37 seconds, although last time around Nicola Morlini took just under a second out of the race leader. Reigning MPO2 champion, of course, and multiple successes in Le Mans Cup with the Cool Racing team. And look at that, Graf Car's line astern on the road, but 1st and 7th in the order. Eric Troulet having a lap put on him by Loris Kybers. That's the number 1 car. Come through, Axel Noss in 14th position now, and 3rd in LMP3. And that is definitely the best placed car in LMP3 with only one more mandatory stop to go. So they've leveled themselves out with the 88 car somewhere, which is quite important, really. Although Rafael Narak has been into pit lane 5 times, only 4 for Axel Noss, so I guess that's where the difference has come in. They would need to outscore the 88 crew by 14 points to wrap up the championship with a race to spare. And really that means a minimum of 3rd and hoping something happens to the 88 car. And the rumbles and the pops and bangs of these cars are absolutely wonderful to listen to. Loris Kybers continues to circulate out there at the front of the field. Blasting down the start and finish straight into the Grand Curve. Very grateful for some of the lights there, I'm sure. That does just illuminate the very high speed left-hander ever so slightly. Long day for the Graf Racing crew. Have also been running Formula Cup machinery this weekend as well. So this number 73 car, and Frederic Croulet in 18th position there. What's interesting is how the pace has really dropped off in this race. Jonathan Thomas, that car's best time was a 1:51 earlier in the race, and Jonathan Thomas last time around in the 58s. Now, it does seem drier out there than it was earlier, but also the temperature rapidly falling. Into the pits comes James Winslow. A little wave to the camera. At least he's still in good spirits in that car, despite some big damage being done to his championship hopes. It's not a major disaster. It's just going to put the pressure on for Paul Ricard. That's for sure. Number 20, DB Autosport car nearly making contact with the MV2S Racing car, the Adelaide Hairpin. It is now Matthias Besch at the wheel of that car, the gold-rated former teammate to Nico Prost in the Rebellion Racing LMP1 car. Privateer entry from back in the day. Quite nice to have Besch and Prost out there on track together at the same time at the moment. Although bad news is coming the way of Nico Prost, as the number 12 CMR Ginetta has a drive-through penalty for a refueling infringement. And so we saw that pop up earlier as under investigation, has now been confirmed guilty party. So that is going to be a bit of a blow in their hopes for LMP3, and it shouldn't put the Axel Noss car into 2nd position in LMP3, but it will put them line astern in the timing order, that's for sure. running a tad wide there was Lawrence Kuijbers. Seen so many drivers do that now. It seems to be one of the more trickier parts of the racetrack, although maybe that is just the line that has started forming around there. Prost has been in to serve his drive-through penalty. He's just come out now. Frédéric Marel also rejoining the circuit after a pit stop, and into the pits has come the LMP3 race leader from Inter-Europol competition. But this doesn't quite look like the pit stop that Romain Favre was hoping for there. Just pushing it back into position. Of course, quite a long stationary time for Romain Favre there in the 34 car, 61 seconds for having an all-silver lineup. Also into the pits there. Is that the 88 Team Virage car? Yes, it is. Now, the Inter-Europol car didn't go through the refueling area. So that was just a stop and hold there, but it was a driver change. That's why Pedro Perino now at the wheel of that car. So finally we see the Mozambican Portuguese 19-year-old who's in his second season of prototype racing, former teammate to James Winslow at DKR last year, now with the Inter-Europol competition team. So despite that drive-through penalty then, it is now Nico Prost who emerges in the lead of LMP3 in the CMR Ginetta, although Pedro Perino still only with one stop, but is now behind Axel Noss. So Team Virage up to second position, one mandatory stop to go. Prost still has two. And so, yep, Team Virage looking good there once again. And speaking of the Team Virage garage, let's head down to the 88 crew. Claire Cottingham is with Jacek Silonka.
Well, a broadcast, of course, a broadcast is never complete without speaking to you, Jacek. How's it going? Your car's just come in for a change. I saw you filming it. Are you happy with the position?
Okay, I'm not so sure yet, but it looks like we are in a good position now. We changed the drivers. Now the last stint for Danny till the end of the race. We have a brand new tires on the car, and let's see what he can do. I think we have a lot of fuel, so fingers crossed it should be... I will wait. This time I will
Don't do it yet.
Yeah, this time I will wait because last time we finished second and we were really counting on the win. So
we never know. Things can change so quickly. We've got just under 90 minutes or so left of this race. How difficult was this race in terms of strategy?
Well, to be honest, it was very difficult because my stint was 1 hour 40 minutes and I need to do it on the one set of tires. It was so difficult to drive, but it was very good for our strategy because then we had 2 new sets for the Rafa and for Rafael and also for Danny. So in terms of strategy, it's very specific, very difficult for us because we don't know the track. We don't know. It was first time the race like this for us, that we have to do the whole green race in wet conditions. So I think it will be good. Everything will be good. We have good guys about the strategy, working on the strategy. So we just need to bring it home.
Bring it home is always good. Bring it home in one piece.
Yeah, exactly. One piece. I'll wait 1 hour. I don't know.
I was going to say, let's move back actually. 1 hour. 1 hour. Okay, 1 hour 12.
Yeah.
That's quite a long way to go still.
Yeah, it's a lot. Still a lot can happen, but until now the race is very clean, very green. So let's stay till the end of the race. Let's do it.
Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
You hit it. Thank you.
Jacek Zanonka, one of the more popular characters in the paddock, very likable man in his first year of LMP3 competition, having moved over from Radicals. Competed in the Wild Finals earlier this year. Daniel Messier continuing to circulate. Not sure how strong a position that is in at the moment. Currently they are losing points to their championship rivals, the #1 car, but of course hour and 12 minutes just under still to go. A lot can still change. Car off the road there, that looked like the Graf car, maybe. Oh no, it wasn't the Graf car. Was it the 777, I wonder, of Jean-Marc Alaphilippe? Oh, either way, it came off right in front of one of the other cars. Might have been Frederic Croulet, actually, but still we'll see later on. Right, 72 back into pit lane. That's not a pink livery, that's just the red lights illuminating the white livery on that car. So 72 in pit lane is Frederic Morel, and it looks like he's handing over the car to what should be Mathis Poulet now for the remaining 70 minutes or so of this race. So their silver class driver now getting on board. This is the LMP3 race leader. Still it is Nico Prost, but with an additional mandatory pit stop still to serve compared to the second place car in LMP3, the #1 Team Virage car of Axel Noss. And Prost getting held up a little bit here behind one of the ANS motorsport cars, trying to put a lap on one of them. Or potentially even unlap himself if that's Cameron Gaillard in front of him, who's still circulating in 3rd position. Nicola Molini still continuing to just eke into Loris Kaiber's lead. Gap is under 30 seconds now, and Molini has been lapping consistently quicker than our race leader, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, but still it is a healthy margin that Loris Kaiber's has in the Graf Racing car. And then it's 68 seconds back to Karen Gaillard in the ANS Motorsport car. So 3 different teams represented in the top 4. In fact, it was 5 different teams represented in the top 5 at the moment, all Novas. And then our Pole City car, an early race leader, the #5 of Jonathan Thomas, which surely is the best placed car out there at the moment. Michael Jensen into pit lane for the #3 CD Sport crew. That'll be its penultimate mandatory pit stop, if indeed it is one. And I imagine that now will be handed over to Jan Zimmer, their silver class driver, joining them for this weekend. The former Le Mans Series and Euro NASCAR racer who was in the Graf Nova earlier in the year. Pumping in the sector times, though, is Matthias Pesch in the #20 Nova from DB Autosport. That car doing its best lap time of the race, 1:52.126, and closing in on Pierre Caffa, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier. That's 4th in its class and has just been demoted, in fact, by Pedro Perino in the Inter-Europol competition. Ligier. So Lamo Racing, thumbs up there from the crew. Pierre-Alexandre Prost also setting the timing screen alight in the number 27 MV2S Racing car. The fastest of anybody in the first sector and a personal best in the middle as well, although he has 59 seconds to the next car up the road, which is Michael Jensen. Well, that might be even further. Michael Jensen's still in pit lane, so it might be even further to Maxence Maurice. No, it's way less than that. It's 27 seconds to Maxence Maurice for Pierre-Alexandre Prost, and so he is working on bringing down that gap and was 4 seconds quicker than Maxence Maurice on the previous lap. Now remember, Maxence, the bronze driver in the number 4 crew, Pierre-Alexandre Prost, the young silver driver in the number 27, so we'd expect him to close in, but that's what endurance racing is all about, having your quick drivers in at the right time to utilize them. And of course, the difference as well, the number 4 car has 2 bronzes and 1 silver, whereas the 27 is a bronze and a silver. So you would equate actually as a little bit more silver time for the 27. So Gwen Delamere now back at the wheel of the number 12 CMR Ginetta. Nico Prost handing over that car from the lead in LMP3. So that means Axel Noss will now be back at the head of the field. That should also promote Pedro Perino into second in class as well, in 10th and 11th overall. We're just not used to seeing the LMP3 cars being so utterly dominated by the Novas. It seems to be increasing as the season goes on. It was overall victory for the Nova in Paul Ricard, then for Team Virage in LMP3 in Portimao. Hockenheim and Mugello were all Nova overall victories as well, but in Mugello, obviously the rain helped put more Novas up at the front of the field. And yes, we've got wet weather again today, but for the LMP3 cars to be struggling to get into the top 10 at the moment is really quite surprising. What I have had, though, is a very pleasant surprise in the commentary box. So I'll be introducing you in just a second. And yes, joining me from the number 34 Inter Europol competition crew is Dane Aronson. Dane, how's your race going?
It's looking quite well at this moment. We have to do one more pit stop. Yeah, so it's looking quite good. We have one car in front who has to do only one pit stop as well. We have a little more penalty time at the pit stop, so it's going to be a tight one. We're going to have to do it on track, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, currently 17 seconds between you and the LMP3 leader, Team Virage number 1, Axel Noss, and they've very much been the team in form in LMP3. So yeah, quite tight as you say, but this is what we've been sat here doing all race long. It's working out who's in what position based on how many mandatory pit stops they have left to do.
Yeah, we're in the same position at this moment of the race. Just one more pit stop to go for both of us, so we'll just see.
Well, how have you found racing in prototypes? Obviously joining us from the Dutch Supercars series. So Mugello last time out, that was your first time racing outside of the Netherlands, really, wasn't it?
No, I've done a few races in Belgium as well, and I drove a few tests in Portugal. But yes, this was my first race in Italy, and this is my first in France. So yeah, my first time like going out all the way.
And how are you finding it? Enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it as well. But of course, it would have been nice to have a dry race for once. But
yes.
Let's hope for the next round to be dry. I don't think it will be, but we'll see.
Yes, I did hear Claire giving you stick for bringing the Dutch weather along with you to these most recent rounds.
Yeah, it could be because of the season, of course, but it might be because I'm Dutch, of course. So, yeah.
Yes, but logically, if one were to think about it, it is the season, but maybe there is some spooky Dutch voodoo that you've brought along with you.
Yeah, we'll just say it's my fault.
Yes, I think that's the easiest way going forward. Team into Europol competition, I mean, that is a heck of an outfit to be joining. They've really been top of the mark in LMP3 for a number of years now. What's it like working with them?
At the start of this year, I started my first LMP3 career. I knew a guy that started with Europol, and I was like really, really jealous of him. And now at the end of the season, now I'm driving with them myself, so I'm really happy to be with them. It's a great team. I'm really happy to be there, and I hope we can do a few more seasons together, at least.
Yeah, so what might be the plan for the years to come? Are you looking for Le Mans Cup or European Le Mans Series, maybe?
I'm really interested in both of them. I'm just interested in just driving next year, to put it up first. Just driving, and I don't really care in what series. If it goes up, I'm happy.
Fair enough. And so you said it was your first time racing in Magny-Cours. Obviously, tough conditions to be met with, and a night race as well. Have you done night racing before?
No, it was my first time, so I was really enjoying driving in the dark. The visibility was a bit worse than I thought, but I really enjoyed it. It was a bit scary, but it is what it is, yeah.
Because you've got a handful of these big floodlights, haven't you? So it seems to be one at the Adelaide hairpin and then at Chateau d'Ur. But beyond that, it seems like you're mostly relying on just the headlights.
Yeah, if it's up to me, I like the headlights a bit more, because when the big lights are in the windscreen, also the shifting lights, because of the dirty window and wet window, the visibility is really, really, really bad. So if it depends on the headlights, I'm more into that than the big lights on the track.
I was talking with George King about that yesterday, and he was saying the problem is with the rear-facing camera, with the glare from the lights, you struggle to really see how far behind the car behind actually is.
Yeah, that as well. Also, the mirrors were dirty, so it was. I was having a hard time to see behind me. Luckily, I didn't have that much cars behind me, and I was just attacking to the front, so I didn't have to worry about that all the time.
What are the other challenges? What's something that me sitting here in the commentary box might not realise about driving these LMP3 cars around a track like this?
At the moment, I think the biggest challenge is the drying track. So you have to be careful about not overheating your tires and having too high pressures. So you have to keep the pressures low and keep your temperatures low. So cool the tires all the time at this moment, I think. To keep going quick and not overheat your tires, because if that happens, you're pretty much done.
Well, we'll hear more from Dane in just a moment. But as we enter the final hour, let's look back on the highlights so far. French TV commentary Alexander Bin is trying to get answers out of Dane Aronson about where they think they're going to be finishing. Of course, Pedro Perino is now in the lead of LMP3, but we did just have Sasha Lehmann into pit lane to serve the final mandatory pit stop for the #1 Team Virage car. So, Dane, how much is going into the strategy for these races? How much is it changing as well, depending on what happens in the race?
Well, we have a big strategy plan, of course, before the race. Also in Mugello, we had a big strategy. It totally flips around during the race, especially when it rains. So now we changed quite a bit as well. I'm not going to talk about that too much, because the other teams might listening be now too.
Yeah, don't give away too much.
Just no, I'm not going to tell about the strategy, but it changes quite a lot. Yeah, so now we're, I think, on a good strategy, and let's hope it works out.
And when we talk about strategy, is it as much about having your quick driver in at the right time, especially for the crews that are running bronze drivers? You're obviously an all-silver lineup in the number 34. But is it about timing who you put in the car when? Is it about safety cars? Is it about fueling? How many different elements are we talking about here?
Yeah, we're looking at tires, of course, the fuel levels and experience of the drivers, because Pedro is experienced in darkness before. I have never driven in the dark, so it might be better to put me in front and then after Pedro in the dark, because he already knows how to drive in the dark. I drove quite a bit in the dark today, so now I can go next time in the dark as well. So yeah, it depends. It's not really that important to look at who goes when. Also, when the other teams put the drivers, like maybe they start with the bronze, we start with the better driver, so we can overtake immediately. That wasn't necessary today because we started on pole. But yeah, those are the things you look at before the race.
And of course, front row of the grid overall as well as was that the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car just having a bit of a wobble? I believe it was. Nicolas Molini, our overall race leader now, ahead of Jonathan Thomas. And no, it seems like it's still raining out there. What was it like when you made your way over to the box just now?
Out of the box, you say?
When you were coming here, was it still raining?
No, it was dry. I think it's dry right now.
Okay. So every now and again, it just still seems to be raining out there, but I think no chance of slicks though by the end of the race.
No,
right?
definitely not. No, it's still too wet. The track isn't really drying up that much because it's really cold outside right now. It's night, so there's almost no wind. So I think it stays too wet to go on slicks. I'm almost pretty sure. Yeah.
Yes, you are brandishing the hoodie. Here in the commentary box, whereas I think in Mugello on the Saturday at least anyway, everybody was trying to wear as little as possible.
True, yeah.
So are you still sticking around for the remainder of the season as well? Will you be in Paul Ricard with us?
Yes, I will.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Still gunning for LMP3 victory then, yeah?
Definitely, of course. That's what you're here for, yeah.
Yeah. And then, we talked about next season, but obviously it'd be very nice to still have you out here in the European, potentially the new championship that we have lined up for LMP3 cars. I was about to say the European.
There will be a new championship.
Yes. Oh, someone wasn't at the annual press conference last night. Dane Aronson.
Any more LMP3s allowed.
Let me educate you and
please,
all the other viewers who weren't here when I talked about it twice already. So, with the European Endurance Prototype Cup moving to exclusively Nova machinery, the Ultimate Cup has been working very hard with the ACO to find a home for LMP3 machinery in our paddock. And pre-2024 machinery will have its own championship. So the current generation cars with that beautiful Nissan V8 engine, with 2 55-minute races, no mandatory pit stops, available for, there's a Pro Cup, there's a Silver Cup, and a Bronze Cup as well. So maybe that'll tickle your fancy a little bit.
It might. I'm not sure yet, but we'll see.
All right, well, look, I really hope we do see you out there. And all the best for the rest of the race, and I hope to see your career progressing once again in the next few years.
Thank you.
All right, excellent. Dane Aronson, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Cool. Well, thanks very much to Dane for joining us in the commentary box. We'll let him go back to the Inter-Europol competition garage because his team, I'm sure, are furiously calculating whether or not they're still going to be able to win this race. Pedro Perino, 4th overall and in the LMP3 lead, but still with one mandatory pit stop left to serve. They're going to be keeping their eye on the Team Virage carts of Sasha Lehmann and Daniel Macia. The 88 there as well, to see where they're going to be in the order come the end of the race. So into the pits comes Nicolas Molini and Pierre-Alexandre Provost from the lead and from 3rd overall. But for now, let's head down to Claire Cottingham in the pit lane.
Yes, of course. Alongside, you never look very happy to see me. I'm happy to see you. How was your stint?
Exhausting. That's why I wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't me.
That's why I wasn't as cheerful as you could expect. But yes, it was very intense. It's my first proper stint in the night. In rain. It's my second time like with this car in the race in the rain. So it's very intense, very different and very difficult. And the track was drying up pretty quickly at the end of the run, which damaged a lot the rear tires. And it was very tricky to keep the car on track and just to keep improving and keeping the pace that, you know, the team wants you to keep whilst you're just battling your car in the track. And some Novas are very fast in some corners, so they overtake you, but then you have to overtake them back. So there's a lot of things to think. And I think the team did a pretty good job with the strategy. We had a little fuel pump problem, so we lost quite a bit of time, but we see at the end of the race how it is, and yeah, quite happy with my stint.
I don't think you're the only one that's exhausted, if that helps. Everyone I've spoken to has definitely underestimated how challenging this race was going to be, and especially with the rain, which is now starting to come down again in the pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, the rain coming back down. Oop, that was my car.
It's still going, don't worry.
Still going. The rain going back down is a pretty good sign because we won't have like a big moment where everybody goes to the pit lane to switch tires, you know. I think it's going to stay consistently on wet tires for the rest of the race. And yeah, man, my hands were like so sore in the last laps. I was just doing some opening exercise to make them like relax, but it was horrible.
Are you quite surprised at how much is taken out of you?
Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, you see less the efforts during the night because it's so cool. You have like, you're more chill. Everybody's less tense, but you just have no time to rest. In Magny-Cours at night with the rain, it's like very intense.
Very intense, but you have done all your mandatory pit stops, I believe, and you should be in a good position for maybe a podium.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I have no idea where we are right now. I didn't look at the screen, so.
Don't look at the screens, okay. Go and, I don't know, get a cup of tea, have a coffee, relax.
I'll surely grab a coffee and something to eat now. Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So it is raining once again back out there. According to the eye in the sky. Now we did just have Jonathan Thomas back into pit lane for what should be his final mandatory pit stop. Now the top two cars that have done all of their mandatory stops are the two other CD Sport cars, Louis Maurice and Jan Zimmer. Both got their silver class drivers aboard at the moment. And so I'll be very keen to see where Jonathan Thomas comes out in relation to those two cars, or where everyone else does as well, because could have a very strong result for CD Sport, and not a moment too soon where they need to outscore Graf Racing by 14 points to keep the Teams Championship alive and take it to Paul Ricard. So back out into the race comes Jonathan Thomas. Looked like I was just in front of the Graf car of Remy de Gouffroy. Oh, no, I tell a lie. It's one of the red-trimmed cars. Can't quite make out who that is. Problem with night racing, of course. It does make things quite difficult to see. So, who is that? It's the number 9 Graf car. It was one of the Graf cars. I just got the wrong one. And, wow, that is Jonathan Thomas going quite wide out of pit lane there. So, yeah, not sure what is happening with the South African out there. He seems to be going into pit lane quite slowly, so I hope all is still well aboard that number 5 car. But in the meantime, Claire Cottingham is back in the TS Course garage.
Well, yes, because I was just wandering past and I noticed that George King was here. So I was like, well, I've got to see how his stint was as I was walking past. And you happened to want to have a chat with me. So I thought I'd talk to you. Talk to me. I've just been speaking to Axel Noss down there and he was saying how tough his hands feel, how tough mentally it was out there. How was it for you?
Yeah, it's very challenging when you're in traffic because the headlights are so bright. It's like having someone with full beams behind you the whole time. So it's hard to judge distances, and if you're like a couple laps down like we was, you have to try and let them pass safely, and it's hard to tell if you're fighting for position or not. So there's lots of stuff going on in your head, whereas like in the daytime, you just kind of go into autopilot and pick your way through, whereas each lap feels different in its conditions.
And what about those floodlights as well? Because they're a bit interchangeable. They're at different parts of the track, but some not. Some parts are darker.
Yeah, some of them are positioned quite poorly sometimes. Like going into one of the fastest corners and there's like a fog light straight in your face. It feels like from last year they've changed the positions of some of them. So previously they were lighting up some of the points that I would use as references, and then this time it's just a little bit different. So it took me a while to get used to it.
When we talked to you earlier in the race, it wasn't maybe going the way you wanted it to, of things shaken out a little bit. Do you feel a bit better?
I mean, personally, the car felt amazing. It was quick. I was one of the quickest LMP3s on the track in my stint, so I'm happy with that. I mean, we can't really do much about the position because we're just so far behind now, and strategy hasn't really helped. Once you're a lap down, it's hard to get back on the lead lap, so it just is what it is.
On the plus side, you can be happy with your stint.
Yeah, exactly. I'm chuffed. That's definitely going in the Instagram post.
Drivers only really care about number 1 anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I'll put that in my little news reel that I sent out.
All right, well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, TS Course around the moment. Alan Khrushchev back of the wheel. 22nd place for the 24 crew. Sadly, last of the LMP3 runners. And, wow, I cannot believe we're into the final hour. We're only just now getting our first track limits time penalty. Congratulations, Mathis Poulet, who gets the honour of being the first car with a track limits penalty. It is 5 seconds for the number 72 A&S Motorsport Nova. Where is that actually in the order so far? Mathis Poulet, 15th overall, just brought it into pit lane, in fact. And so here's interesting. The 88 is ahead of the number 1 car. I thought my gamble was right earlier on. I should have trusted my hunch because Daniel Macier in the 88 car is several places ahead of the number 1, Sasha Lehmann. So that's great news for their championship hopes. And in theory, should be good. They have no mandatory pit stops left. Pedro Perino and Gwen Delamere still have 1 left to serve. So as it stands, Jonathan Thomas in 5th position overall. Louis Maurice in 9th, and Aiko Segret in 10th, and then Jan Zimmer. So he's just been passed, I think, by Jan Zimmer, or by Aiko Segret, sorry. And now Kai Askey. They've all got no more pit stops left to serve, as does Daniel Macier. And the number 1 Team Virage car of Sasha Lehmann as well. So, that gives us a pretty good view of what's happening in MPO2, which will be for the overall podium as well. And do not tell me that Mathis Poulet has managed to pick up 2 track limits, but he has, my goodness. like buses. Two come along at once. So 41 minutes left on the clock then. Currently it is Jacques Wolf leading in MP02 and overall for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans team. Pedro Perino in the lead of LMP3 for Inter-Europol competition. Arnold Robin in the 555 Kokomo car, and David Drew in the number 9 Graf car, all with one mandatory pit stop left to serve out there. Also the case for the number 8 Remy de Gouffroy. Gwen Delamere in the CMR Ginetta, Pierre-Alexandre Provost in the MV2S Racing number 27 car. Stefan Rupp in the Reiter Engineering car still has 2 to serve with 40 minutes left on the clock. And wow, you can see how much the conditions are changing. There's quite a lot of rain out there, and I'm sure hopefully the drivers have saved enough tyres out there. Look how much it's coming down now. My goodness me, lap times are going to start falling here, and indeed for our race leader is back into the 2 minutes. Last time around, who are some silver drivers we can compare to? 56 for Pedro Perino. That's 3 seconds slower than that car's best lap of the race. David Drew is still matching actually his best times out there, so maybe it's just in that back end of the circuit, in the middle sector there, because around here it doesn't look too bad. But then there is a bit more light over this end of the circuit. I can see from our roaming camera that the number 70 A&S car, the Yvonnes, have brought their car into the garage. So bad news there. Alexandre Yvonne driving that car at the moment. And look, the spray is definitely increasing from the back of that Inter-Europol competition car. Now, a safety car could really spice things up. If somebody falls off the road, these remaining few minutes, while we still have mandatory pit stops left to serve, I could really shake things up. The CMR Ginetta there, I think that was being followed by the one of the Lamo cars, I think it might have been, but there is Gwen Delamere. Alpine test driver for their road cars. And now we can hear the rain coming down again. You can see it teeming down, the puddles that are forming across the circuit. Hopefully we're not about to enter red flag territory with this race still to unfold in its entirety. But just look how much it's coming down now, and the rooster tails coming off of the front tyres of the Ginetta through the gaps in the bodywork. That is incredible out there. And of course we've got the added issue of quite a severe lack of light out there as well. And surely drivers are going to start struggling. We've got heavy rain coming off, and the Ginetta being passed by the MV2S racing car of Tim Merrio. Into the pits has come Pedro Perino from second position overall in the lead in LMP3. This should be his final mandatory pit stop for the Mozambican Portuguese driver. There he is. And a fresh pair of Michelin tyres seemingly being prepared for that car. Thanks to the sudden downpour. Thankfully, they're in no rush down there into Europol competition, because they have a minimum stationary time of something like 2.5 minutes. When you add it, 2 minutes 11 when you add in the standard minimum pit stop time of 70 seconds plus their 61-second handicap as well, so they can make sure that all is well and all 4 tyres are put on correctly. Now, a fresh set of Michelin boots in these conditions could really make the difference. Even if Pedro Perino comes out behind the Team Virage cars, maybe he'll be able to mount a challenge on them with fresh rubber. Reiter Engineering also into the pits. Still got an extra pit stop to come after this one as well for Stefan Rupp, their bronze driver in that car. But this is our race leader, Jacques Wolf, the bronze driver in that pairing. Very nearly skating straight on at Virage de l'Ice. And I wonder how many drivers, how many teams are going to start considering putting in their pro drivers for these much more challenging conditions, as the lap times have been deteriorating. It was into the 2 minutes a few laps ago for Jacques Wolf. He's now into the 2:05s. David Drew lapping in the 57s. Now Arnold Robin, 2:02. Even Jonathan Thomas can't get it into the 1:59s at the moment. So really struggling for pace out there as it stands. For the final fuel stop comes Pedro Perino. Back into pit lane at A&S team watching on in the garage. Plenty of spray being kicked up through the Grand Curve in front of our camera position. So this is important to see where Perino will come out. Of course, it will be a slightly shorter fuel stop compared to what the Team Virage cars had, because they came in earlier. So there'll be slightly less needed in the tank, only about 35 minutes or so worth of fuel. Who is that also in pit lane? Is that Tim Merrio? I think it might be. So 34.5 minutes left on the clock. Who's this peering through the glare and the spray out there? I am absolutely in awe of drivers being able to handle these conditions out there, because you go into a corner, you think you know how much grip there is, you come back a lap later and suddenly there's no grip at all, and you can barely even see where you're going. So this is when we talk about, you know, bronze drivers, Pro-Am racing and all that stuff. Jacques Wolf getting it very sideways though through the final corner, and I think he did spin. Yes, he did. The race leader, Jacques Wolf, facing the wrong way out of the final corner. Trundles along the grass, gets it pointing again in the right direction. Not too much damage done, and does in fact hang on to the lead of the race as well, but the gap to David Drew will have come down quite significantly. Here we're going to see it again. So on the curb, and then just lighting up the rear Michelins. Really struggling for grip out there now. Past goes the Team Virage car. That was almost disaster for one of the championship contenders. Still waiting for Pedro Perino's time to update. It's Gwen Delamere now in the lead of LMP3, but with a stop to go. Oh, and Jacques Wolf again skating off the road. They're really struggling to get it stopped for some of these corners. Now, Adelaide seems to be a skate park rather than a racetrack out there at the moment. But Wolf did get it going again. Other drivers seemingly not struggling quite so much. I wonder how ready is Nicola Molini to jump in that car potentially for the remaining stint. Still got one mandatory pit stop to go, of course, does the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. This could get very, very tight between the, is that the DB Autosport car and the Reiter Engineering Ligier. Still circulating out there, and I think Pedro Perino has been able to come out ahead of Daniel Macier. So into Europol competition, by the looks of it, has the net race lead in LMP3, but I'll confirm that in a lap or so's time. We're about to complete the 100th lap of this race with Jacques Wolf. If he makes it round, He's had a few off-track excursions in the last lap or so. Aiko Segret at the wheel of the 71 car, another one of the silver class drivers. Still waiting to see how this is going to pan out. And Jonathan Thomas up into third position for CD Sport. Looks like almost a nailed-on winner, as we have just had the 100th lap completed by Jacques Wolf and David Drew. Look how much it is coming down out there now. So the number 20 DB Autosport car, still Matthias Besch at the wheel of that car, who's just behind our race leader on the road. Look how much spray's coming off the front tyres, unbelievable. The wipers will be working overtime on the front of these cars. I do just hope conditions don't deteriorate enough that we don't get these last 30 minutes in. Another little wobble though for Jacques Wolf, the race leader, this time at the 180-degree corner. That yields him track position to Matthias Besch, but it's nowhere near for position in the timing order. And so we have 15 minutes left on the pit stop window. Remember, you cannot make your stops until, well, before, after the last 15 minutes, I should say. Get there eventually. So all 4 of the mandatory stops have to be done before the 15-minute remaining window. David Drew here in second position, now 8.4 seconds behind Jacques Wolf, while he's been having his off-track excursions. Make that 1.3 now as they go over the timing line with less than 30 minutes remaining. Suddenly, David Drew has closed right in. He was 7 seconds quicker than Jacques Wolf on that previous lap. Jacques Wolf, the bronze driver, David Drew, the gold. So no surprise that David Drew, the Le Mans Cup Championship contender, don't forget, with Cool Racing, is absolutely flying out there. I wouldn't be surprised if on this lap the Graf Racing car finds its way through into the lead. Let's see, where are they heading down to? Is this them coming towards the Adelaide hairpin? That's David Drew there. Has he already cleared? He has already got through on Jacques Wolf. So he's done it somewhere on the lap. There is Jacques Wolf there, just making his way out of the Adelaide hairpin. So David Drew now leads, still has 1 mandatory stop to give us, remember. David Drew in the number 9 Graf Racing car leads the field. Remember, that is the car that is trying to take advantage of the difficulties for the sister number 7 car from Graf Racing and close in on the championship lead. It's not David Drew going for the championship because he was not in the car in Mugello. He's doing it for Luis San Juan. He's doing it for Eric Trulé as well. Oh my goodness, just look how much everyone is struggling out there. David Drew nearly into the back of the TS course Duqueine of Alan Geshev, such as the difference in confidence. Now, of course, the Nova is lighter, so it is handling better in these sorts of conditions, but the difference in confidence is just outstanding. This is bravery from the likes of David Drew. Now, is he going to bring it in this time? No, he's not. Just unbelievable out there. And astonishingly, we're not seeing drivers completely fall off the road either. They're coping with it quite spectacularly out there. Yes, they're having some little wobbles here, there, and everywhere, but for the most part, they're keeping it on the island, which is the important thing. Days like this, I am just in awe of the talents of these drivers. Look how much it is coming down now, though. Of course, if we were to get a safety car late in the day, that could really scupper anybody who's left it this late. Yellow flags out at turn 5. That's where David Drew's just making his way through now. Well, luckily, by the time he gets there, they're out of the corner, they're rescinded. So not too much interruption there for David Drew. But yeah, if you've left it this late and we get a safety car now, that could really scupper you because you're not allowed to do your mandatory stops under safety car. And so they'll all pick up penalties as a result. I just can barely see the David Drew car, even with the rain light flashing. Absolutely astonishing. Anybody out there at the moment is showering themselves in, well, not only the rain, but just glory, bravery, marvelous stuff out there in this race. I would not want to be Claire Cottingham having to do the interviews post-race. Maybe finding the spot underneath the podium that covers up part of Parc Fermé is the way to go. Right, that was a car in pit lane. That looks like Gwen Delamere. It is in the CMR Ginetta. So that'll be that car's final pit stop. Still, by the way, it is Pedro Perino who has the net lead. So we expect this car to come out behind Pedro Perino. Who still has 30 seconds over Daniel Macier. It's net second, I believe it is. Right, David Drew and Jack Wolf into pit lane as well. Top two in this race so far, coming in for their final mandatory stop. 25 minutes left on the clock. Now, I wonder if Jack Wolf, if they're in a position to hand over to Nicola Molini for the closing stage of the race. They are, yes, Nicola Molini's getting in. We've got yellow flags at turn 2, meanwhile. Yet to see why that is the case. We have a safety car. We have a safety car out. That could change things dramatically. These two cars that are in pit lane at the moment, it's the 71. No, it's Aiko Sigret that's gone off the road in the 71 A&S Motorsport car at turn number 2. That's where the yellow flags are. That's such a disappointment after a really strong race for them. But for the cars in pit lane at the moment, so Gwen Delamere, that could suddenly put Gwen Delamere into the lead in LMP3. Suddenly it is all change. And for those who haven't come in yet, the 555, the number 8, the 27, this could be really damaging for their race now. How it all changes. Well, off goes Nicola Molini now at the wheel of the 51 Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. David Drew has already made his way out back onto the racetrack. Now so does Molini. So, my. Well, we'll see what that's done to the order. Thomas Imborg, Jonathan Thomas should still be at the lead of the race. Right, I've kept Claire Cottingham waiting long enough in the CD Sport Garage while we were looking at that safety car information. Let's head down to her now.
Hey, look, that's okay. The safety car changed some things up. And luckily, I don't think it's changed much for your teammate at all, Thomas. Talk to me, your stint. It was incredibly difficult out there, I'm sure. How was it for you?
It was hard, but at the same time, as I was in the front, I think it was easier for me because I could see maybe a bit more than the others what was in front of me. So that was a good stint.
You worried me then, that Jonathan.
My car almost crashed.
Okay, no, I think we're okay, right?
Yeah, it seems like, I hope.
Okay, good. There's never anything worse than seeing a driver look around me and panic. How do you think it's going so far? At the moment, I think you're leading the way. Is this the safety car? Is it going to really impact you guys?
Honestly, if I was the race director, I wouldn't restart the race. It's way too dangerous. Everyone will be packed. No one sees it's night, a huge rain. Maybe if he wants to take risk and play with the driver's life, he can. But it's his role, you know, to take actions in order for all drivers to stay safe.
It's too wet out there, you're saying?
What?
You're saying it's too wet, yeah? The rain is too hard?
Yeah, and there is, like, as it's a safety car now, everyone will restart in a pack. So from like 5th to 6th, no one will see anything. It's, for me, If I was a race director, I wouldn't take that risk. But I'm not at this place, but it's my opinion.
Okay, well, we'll see how the race starts to shake out, but good luck for you for the last few. How long we got? 20 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, yeah, conditions have been deteriorating quite rapidly out there, and I'm not surprised to hear Thomas Inborg sharing that opinion, because we have seen some harem-scarum moments out there. We don't know how Aiko Segret ended up in the gravel or in the runoff area at turn 2. Don't know if it was contact with another car, whether he aquaplaned off the road, or whether he just simply made a mistake. But what I can give you under this safety car is some semblance of an order. Jonathan Thomas leads in the number 5 CD Sport car that started on pole position. Second and third at the moment are the 555 Kokomo car of Arnold Robin and the number 8 Graf car of Remy de Gouffroy, but they have one mandatory pit stop left to serve, and if this safety car doesn't come in the next 5.5 minutes, they will end up taking penalties at the end of the race. So that would promote David Drew in the number 9 car to second, and that would be a handy advantage indeed, because I think that would put them at the front of the MPO2 championship with one meeting to go. I'm just going to do the math real quick, because they're currently on 53, so if they finish second they'll get 18, which will put them on 71, and currently the number 7 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, only getting a half a point. So they would lead by 6, I think, going into the final round. So that would change things dramatically in the MPO2 standings. Pierre-Alexandre Provost in 5th position also still has a mandatory pit stop left to serve. So that should put Nicolas Molini and Racing Spirit of Le Mans on the overall podium as well. Then the 2 CD Sport teammates, Louis Maurice in number 4 and Jan Zimmer in number 3. Then comes our LMP3 leader, Pedro Perino, with, I think, a lap over Daniel Macier. Nope, it's 18 seconds, even under safety car. That's how many cars are between them. Aiko Segret out of the car, always good to see. We still don't know how he ended up there, but good to see him out of the car, and the car has been extracted nonetheless. So Pedro Perino leads in LMP3, Daniel Macier in 2nd, Sasha Lehmann 3rd in LMP3. So that'll be 3 points taken out of the lead for them, and so that would bring, it's currently 14 points, that would bring it down to 11 between the LMP3 teammates. So still very much in favour of the number 1 crew going into Paul Ricard, but would bring things closer together for that final round to keep the pressure on the number 1 crew. So it looks like the car has been extracted, and now it is a question of, will we get racing at all because of the conditions? And it isn't necessarily the conditions themselves, it's more just the danger of having everybody back close together again. As Thomas Inborg was saying, just, is it worth taking that risk for the final 15 minutes or so of a race? Well, the safety car lights are still flashing out there, but safety car is in this lap. Well, safety car lights are off. We will get the remaining 16 minutes or so it will be by the time they get to the timing line in this race, and depending on how long it takes, can they come in immediately after a safety car restart, or do they have to wait a lap? Well, we're going to find out. I don't have that regulation in front of me, sadly, because there are 3 cars still to serve 1 mandatory pit stop, and the timing of that safety car might have just saved Arnold Robin, Remy de Gouffroy, and Pierre-Alexandre Prost from a huge penalty. It's still going to be a bit of pain having to take it immediately after a safety car, but it'll be certainly less painful than the penalty they would have picked up for it. So a minute and a half until the driver or the pit stop window closes. Jonathan Thomas could be cruel here and leave it as late as humanly possible, but we'll see if any of them do dive for pit lane. Jonathan Thomas in the lead car. He does have his teammate as a buffer to anybody behind him as well. He's 2.1 seconds ahead of Arnaud Robin. Now out of the final chicane, goes through, and we will get the last 16 minutes of this race back underway. And Arnaud Robin did continue on for another lap, and so it does look like those cars are going to end up picking up penalties for this race, so they couldn't come in. Well, Pierre-Alexandre Prost has come in regardless, and maybe the penalty for doing it immediately after the safety car is less than doing it outside of the pit window at all. Also in has come Matthias Besch. I wonder why that is, because he didn't have any mandatory stops left from 12th position, so that'll promote Sasha Lehmann up into 12th position overall. Everyone keeping it very neat and tidy. No need to send one up the inside and risk damaging the car. I'm sure everyone's going to be taking it very easy on this restart lap. Pit stop window is now closed. And so for Remy de Gouffroy and Arnaud Robin, they will be picking up those post-race penalties. Yellow flags out of the Adelaide hairpin once again, and it's a couple of MB02 cars. The TS Course Duqueine, one of the cars involved in that didn't quite catch a glimpse of the other. That's Alam Gishev, who has gone round by the looks of it. Shame to see there. There is one car in pit lane with the back of the car off, and I wonder if that's the Matthias Besch car, because that had no reason to come into pit lane at this stage in the race. But we're going to see what happened to the TS Corsa. Oh, so one car already flying off the road in avoidance because it can get slowed down in time. And which one is that? Just no way of knowing which car that is, sadly. Ah, it's the Morlini car. So Nicolas Morlini from 6th position it was. Luckily managed to find the shortcut route out there. And so, so the Alam Gishev thing was a completely separate incident. Right. So it was 64 that was in the pit lane we saw, and that was Ilya Earhart in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Ligier. Shame for them. So I really do wonder why Matthias Besch ended up coming into the pit lane there. But also in pit lane, Arnaud Robin from 2nd position, one of the cars that still owed us a mandatory pit stop. And it doesn't look like Remy de Gouffroy has come in yet either. So they're really milking this maybe down at Graf. Now, until those cars come in, it should be, with the number 9 coming in 2nd position, that will seal the team's title for Graf, assuming they finish ahead of the 2 cars. Well, even if they don't, because they just need to not be outscored by 14 points. So any top 4 finish will do for them, and David Drew currently bringing that home for them. Maybe I will just double check, confirm the math on that one, because it is currently 90 for Graf. CD Sports, let's assume they're bringing in the 25. So it'll be 76 points for them. And yeah, we just need 1 point for Graf Racing, really. Or 14. Matthias Besch has retired, Claire Cottingham tells me in the pit lane. So what a shame for Matthias Besch. That's why he came into pit lane. So Arnaud Robin has come out of pit lane, and it's still saying he's in second place. Right, Remy de Gouffroy now in pit lane as well. So this is going to update very late in the day, isn't it? What we also need to work out, well, at Team Virage will definitely have the LMP3 Teams Championship wrapped up with TS Course currently circulating in last position. So we will have the 2 teams titles wrapped up here today. But both the MPO2 and LMP3 Championship will go down to the wire in Paul Ricard. So, just over 10 minutes left on the clock. Now, potentially, David Drew hasn't actually usurped Louis Maurice in the number 4 car. Actually, he's been passed. He has. He's been passed for what should turn into second position. So the number 4 CD Sport car moving forward at a vast rate of knots. And yeah, because last time around it was 8 seconds quicker than David Drew. How did it do that? Wow. CD Sport potentially now on course for a 1-2 finish. But David Drew should still bring that car home in 3rd position. Well, we'll see again. We'll just wait for everyone to get across the line. Or when these driver pit stop procedures have finally been done. It's still saying 1 for the other ones, but I think once the penalty is applied, that will be cleared. Less than 10 minutes to go. The only certainty we have at the moment is that Jonathan Thomas is very much on course for victory with Thomas Inborg for the 2nd time this year. LMP3 leaders are also only separated by 11 seconds as well. Daniel Macia doesn't look like he's closing in on Pedro Perino. He's 3 seconds slower last time around. Number 8 car seems to have spent an eternity in pit lane, such as the length of their minimum pit stop time. And yes, confirmation then. So Louis Maurice is in 2nd position. It's a CD Sport 1-2 now. Car 17 has picked up a drive-through penalty. It doesn't say why, but for is it Sacha Claverdench still driving that car? No, it's Danny Bunchou in 15th position. That won't change things too much in terms of the points order. So now it's looking more like, well, actually, for David Drew, we need to keep an eye on Nicolas Morlini because he's lapping quicker than David Drew. So if it was 15 points they pick up, it would be 68 points. That would still give them the lead in the championship by just 2 points to James Winslow. But if they drop off the podium, then they won't take the lead in the championship, the number 9 crew from number 7. So this is changing left, right, and centre out there, almost quicker than the conditions. Right, penalties coming through. I imagine this is going to be related to pit stops not being done on time. Stop-go penalty for 64, 109 seconds. Woof. Ilya Earhart lapping down in 23rd position anyway. So that's not going to change things too much. I don't know how the drivers are getting around there at this point. There's just absolutely nothing to see out there apart from spray. But that is the 2nd place car of Louis Maurice, blasting around the Reiter Engineering car. Now for the number 4 crew, this should be a first podium of the season. Yes, it is. Their best finish was a 8th place finish back in Hockenheim. So This is easily going to be the best finish for the number 4 crew of the season. 37 seconds, the gap between the two teammates. Last time around, Nicolas Lamborghini was slower than David Drew, so the Graf driver should be somewhat secure now on that last spot on the overall podium. Sasha Lehmann and Daniel Macy are very closely matched between the two Virage teammates, 9 seconds between them. So it will be the 88 just taking a few points out of the number 1 car's advantage, but we need to stop and praise this team, CD Sport. I mean, we didn't really have any arguments against the idea that the number 5 crew would be fighting towards the front of the field, but the number 4 suddenly romping up the order with Christophe Carrier, Maxence Maurice and son Louis filing up the order as well. That has been some sterling drive. For the CD Sport team, it will be all of their cars in the top 10 by the looks of it as well, with Jan Zimmer in the number 3 cars, currently circulating 7th and still stands to gain from penalties for cars in front for not doing their pit stops within the mandatory window. Less than 5 minutes to go. Wow, Jonathan Thomas lost 6 seconds to his teammate Louis Maurice last time around. Not sure if that was traffic induced, but it was a 2:06 last time for Jonathan Thomas and a 2 minutes flat for Louis Maurice. Maybe he had some sort of off-track excursion. I mean, the gap's still 31 seconds, so Jonathan Thomas isn't going to be sweating just yet, but he does need to keep it on the straight and narrow in these remaining 4 minutes and 16 seconds. Which in these conditions is going to be easier said than done, I must admit. LMP3 race leader just behind the overall race leader on the racetrack in 8th position overall, and continuing to stretch clear of Daniel Macier. James Winslow with a 5-second time penalty for track limits. That's going to sting a little bit. Currently would be losing the lead in the MPO2 championship that they've had since Hockenheim. There are 2 class leaders overall in MPO2 and in LMP3. And currently lapping quicker by some margin is Pedro Perino. Jonathan Thomas was down in the 1:07s last time, and Louis Maurice a 1:59. Gap down to 22 seconds. Maybe this is not over just yet for the number 5 CD Sport crew. It still looks like it's going to be a 1-2 finish for CD Sport. That car is slowing down! I cannot believe it! The long-time race leader that has been the mark of this field all race long, and Jonathan Thomas is grinding to a halt with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. That is sensational. Heartbreak for the CD Sport crew, for Jonathan Thomas and Thomas Imborg, who were on course for a 2nd victory of the season. And once again, the most rotten luck in the Ultimate Cup Series paddock strikes the number 5 car. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. So, well, we need to redo the math on the, it will increase the advantage for the number 9 crew going into Paul Ricard, because that will promote them up to 2nd position. Louis Maurice and the number 4 crew suddenly now leads this race with less than 2 minutes to go. And I cannot believe that number 5 car is parked up. I cannot believe it. Yellow flags out at turn 7 as the marshals are on the scene. But suddenly this car that hadn't finished higher than 8th in its class all season long, heading on to the final lap of the race now, is on course for victory. David Drew is up into 2nd position. Nicolas Molini, the reigning champion, along with Jacques Wolf, is promoted onto the overall podium. Now, you could not make this up. You absolutely couldn't make it up. Less than 4.411 kilometers to go for Louis Maurice, and possibly the biggest day for the number 4 crew. Louis, in his first season of prototype competition after 2 years in the Alpine Alpha Cup Series, a podium finisher there. His father, Maxence, a French rally driver, a Le Mans Classics racer, but again, not all that experienced in the world of prototypes. Nor is Christophe Carrier, their other bronze driver, largely in GTs. But suddenly, the biggest day of that crew's career is about to be made in the 4 hours of Magny-Cours. Clock is about to strike 0, and it will still be the wins worth of points for CD Sport. Doesn't change anything in terms of the team's championship. That will still go to Graf Racing with their 2nd place finish. But what drama once again in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. 1 round to go in a few weeks' time in Paul Ricard, where we will crown our drivers champions for both LMP3 and MPO2. But right now, let's stand up and applaud the number 4 crew as Louis Maurice brings the number 4 CD Sports car to the checkered flag, and it is victory for CD Sport. Their first podium finish of the season, their first win. Louis Maurice, Maxence Maurice and Christophe Carrier, victors in the 4 hours of Magny-Cours. Sensational stuff to bring home their best results of the season. David Drew will bring the number 9 Graf Racing car home in 2nd position to not only take the Drivers' Championship lead in MPO2, but also to secure the MPO2 Teams Championship for Graf Racing after a stellar campaign so far in 2024. Racing Spirit of Le Mans complete the overall podium with Nicolas Molini and Jacques Wolf for only the 2nd time this year, or for the 3rd time this year, sorry, for Jacques Wolf and Nicolas Molini. Once again, a 3rd place finish as they had in Mugello and in Paul Ricard. The LMP3 winner yet to cross the line, but it will be victory for Inter-Europol competition. Number 34 car with Pedro Perino at the wheel alongside Dane Aronson and Romain Favre, the all-silver crew. He's making his way through the final few corners now, but already 2nd across the line in LMP3 has come Daniel Macier ahead of Sasha Lehmann, and so the lead gap in the LMP3 Drivers' Championship has been reduced to 11 points. It is victory for Inter-Europol competition in LMP3, but it is the Teams Championship for Virage in 2024. Only the 2nd time this year that they have lost to a rival team, and that is what has secured them the championship for this year. But the Drivers' Championship will go down to the wire in Paul Ricard. Plenty still to look forward to. 11 points between the top drivers in LMP3. Only 5 between James Winslow and Eric Trullier and Louis San Juan going into the final round for the MPO2 Championship. What a day. What a ridiculous, marvellous day. And look at the celebrations in CD Sport in Parc Fermé. This is a very proper, it looks like Christophe Carrier is in tears. What a wonderful, wonderful result. A feel-good moment in the European Endurance Prototype Cup. The three drivers embrace one another. And so that move from Louis Maurice, towards the end, we missed it on David Drew, but that is what ended up giving them the win. I mean, of course, their hearts are going to be going out to the sister number 5 crew that was a lap and a half away from a second victory of the season. But their loss is the number 4's gain. And I imagine that Claire Cottingham is going to have a hard time breaking up the celebrations at CD Sport. The Graf car into pit lane there as well. The number 9, David Drew, pulling in as the team has secured the Teams Championship in MPO2. Yeah, they are now uncatchable in the championship. The photos needing to be had there. This is a big day for father and son, Maxence and Louis Maurice, along with Christophe Carrière. This might be the happiest podium we've ever had. All season long, at least, anyway. My goodness me. So Louis Maurice just taking the helmet off. Now we'll see that the widest smile in the paddock, probably. A sigh of relief from Louis. Yeah, beautiful stuff out there between these three drivers. 3 different teams once again in the top 3 overall. Slight wardrobe change needed for Christophe Carrière, I think that was. Just before we get into, got to make sure that all the logos and the sponsors are represented there. So get the race suit done up, and yes, they'll be ready in just a moment to hear from the top 3. And so let's go down to Claire Cottingham, who might be with the happiest 3 drivers ever to leave Magny-Cours.
Some incredibly happy drivers alongside me. I don't know who speaks English, so I'm going to go straight to Louis. You've just jumped out of the car. Maybe you can translate as we go along. Basically, good, well done. Louis, yeah, but yeah, I knew that, actually. I could have started with that. What an incredible stint. And just at the end, everything changed. The weather came down, and then also you helped inherit the lead as well, as we saw car number 5 just unfortunately break down.
Yes, it was a big challenge to keep the line and to keep the rhythm with the visibility nearly 0, and it was a huge challenge. But I stayed calm, look at the side to have more visibility and take my repair, and it was stressful but a cool stint. And thank you, Mathieu, thank you, the team, my 2 coéquipiers who do an incredible job, and it's a really cool race. Congratulations, guys, and all the team. It was perfect.
Et surtout à la 5 aussi.
Yes.
You can do it in French if you want.
Ouais, la numéro 5 qui a perdu la victoire dans le dernier tour. On a une grosse pensée pour eux parce qu'ils ont fait un boulot extraordinaire. On a eu des gros soucis avec les essuie-glaces et j'avoue qu'ils ont fait un truc de fou et c'est dommage pour eux, c'est tant mieux pour nous, mais c'est comme ça, c'est la course automobile. Merci.
I agree.
Ouais, bah merci à la team. Beautiful team.
If you're more comfortable, you can do it in French.
En français, ouais, bah, gagner, faire une victoire avec mon fils et puis avec Christophe, c'est top, quoi. Je pensais pas faire ça là ce week-end. Franchement, heureux, quoi. Heureux.
Guys, I think you should go and congratulate each other. Well done. It is a win overall. Just quickly, can we just talk about some of the moves that you did out there as well? There was some overtakes which changed the race as well.
I think you see better the move than me. Because of the visibility, but with some repair and take more confidence, it was yes, it made us win, and it was cool. And yes, The car was really stable, and that's why I had that confidence, and it was thanks to the chart, thanks to the team, and thanks to the beautiful stint of my toy keeper.
Exactly. Well, congratulations, guys. Go and get some champagne. It's podium time. Congratulations. Let's see if I can find anyone else just to speak to briefly. Sasha Lehmann is here. Let me see if I can just grab quickly. Sasha's just having a quick chat at the moment. This is the problem with trying to find drivers. They disappear from you immediately. Sasha, let's have a quick chat with you about your race. How are you feeling?
I don't have any words for the safety car restart, all the weather that we had at the end. In my opinion, it was too dangerous, kind of useless. For 11 minutes of races, of a race, yeah, I don't understand the goal of that, because honestly, everyone was complaining. Everyone was like, it's too dangerous, don't restart the race. It's too much, we are aquaplaning, everyone is backing off. Yeah, I'm lucky that both of our cars finished on the podium, because, yeah, like, we couldn't see shit.
Apologies for the language there. No, you're okay, don't worry. I can understand the frustration. Championship points, though, so important at this point in the season.
Well, I think we are equal, so going to Paul Ricard, it's going to be like the one who finished in front of the other one who wins. So we'll fight like always, like we did all the weekend. Unfortunately, we had an issue with the fuel pump there, but yeah, we managed to catch up a little bit and to fight for good points and get a podium. So,
but still a podium. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see if I can just see one more driver kicking around, but I think they're all heading up to the podium now. We're getting in the way of the winners also, but that's fine. They can wait. So another incredible race, of course, in the prototype here in Magny-Cours. The racing has not finished either. We will be back tomorrow for the GT Endurance. So make sure you join us for that. We'll be here from around 9 a.m. Let's hope the weather holds out. And then in a couple of weeks' time, at the beginning of November, we will be going back racing for the Endurance prototypes, of course, as well. We will be finishing the championship in Paul Ricard. We will be crowning a champion, and do make sure you join us for it. But first up, tomorrow, join us for the GT Endurance.
We got it.